Alrighty, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Welcome back and welcome to day 3 of CXO 2.0 conference. It's day 3 already. I'm not going to say time's flown because it hasn't, but it's day 3. So, as we kick off our final day, I urge you to share your experience, your thoughts, your ideas on social media using hashtag CXO2conf. If you can remember that, CXO2conf. All right, now let's get into our first panel discussion of the day. And the topic is rewriting the playbook of success through bold business model innovation and disruptive value propositions. Now, I would like to call upon stage our panelists, which involve Massimo Labruna, CEO of AS Labruna SRL, Dr. Kamran Khan, Chief Operating Officer at Arabian Entertainment Company, Andrea Stefano, CEO at Movio Service Spa, Susan Al-Ghanam, Section Head Organizational Resilience and Business Continuity, Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Shahryar Hussain, Managing Director of Deloitte Risk Advisory, LLC. And our moderator for the day is going to be Alexander Worth, Managing Partner at Blended Experience. Everyone's got a mic?
Yep, we do.
Over to you, Alexander.
Well, good morning, everyone. And welcome also from my side to this first panel discussion of the day on the highly relevant topic of rewriting the playbook of success through bold business models and disruptive value propositions. A topic which has gained importance in the past already and is continuing to do so. My name is Alexander Worth. As announced, I'm the CEO and managing partner of Blended Experience, a small management consulting boutique based in Switzerland. We help our clients to develop strategies and business models for these times of uncertainty, growing competition, and changing markets. I'm very happy to be your moderator today for this panel. And we jump right in by an introduction of my valued fellow co-panelists. Kamran, may I hand over to you?
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've got a very, very interesting topic and looking forward really to have some insightful discussion. Myself, Kamran Khan, I'm the CEO of Arabian Entertainment Company based out of Saudi Arabia. And we are into operating international restaurant chains. We own the franchise and operate of one of the world's largest American restaurant chain, a restaurant chain from South Africa and a couple of other local restaurant chains. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Al-Ghanam. I'm the section head of the Organization Resilience and Business Continuity. I work at the Environment Agency of Abu Dhabi for the past 13 years and plus. And my responsibility is to ensure the survival of the business continuity in my organization, where at the Environment Agency, our aim and goal and objective is to protect and preserve the environment in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. I've had privilege and almost over 15 years of experience, in the government sector, the private sector, and the local sector, where, my expertise have, expanded, towards, more towards the business continuity and the risk management field today. And I'm sure that we basically have, that this is one thing in common we do have on the panel with all the panelist guests with us today, and I'm looking forward to hearing everybody's inputs in today's discussion, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Susan. Sheikh.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Sheikh Shahriar Hussain. I am Managing Director at Deloitte Japan Risk Advisory, mainly responsible for new business promotions. I'm mostly working on disruptive technologies, have a few of the bold projects last few years, like robotics. I also had my old patented self-driving car. And nowadays, I'm mostly working on building an ecosystem for those who are working with this kind of disruptive technology and bold decision-making kind of thing. We are giving them a platform where he can connect with the other partners and minimize their risk. So yeah, that's all. We'll be talking about all the things that I've done in the last 10 years. So yeah, thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Sheikh. Andrea.
Hi, my name is Andrea Danesini. I'm the CEO and founder of Moveo Servizi. We do robotics as a service in a contract business model, and we based in Italy, near to Milan. And our business model is to develop projects and activities and tasks using robotics and humans together, being paid by paper result and paper outcome model. And so no investment for our customers and taking risk on the volumes of our customers. This is our idea. I'm really happy to be here now.
Hi, good morning another time. I think we must repeat to wake up this morning for this very interesting panel. I'm Massimo Labruna. I'm the CEO of AS Labruna. My work is to power every type of vehicle, from land to sea, with the standard solution from with the diesel engine to electric and hybrid solution with the fuel cell, hydrogen, and all modern technical new system.
Thank you very much. So as we can see, we have a vast variety of expertise here in the panel, and we dive right into the topic with the first question we want to start discussing about. What success factors do we see of bold business models and disruptive value propositions? Or in other words, why should boldness pay off? Let's start with exploring the link between bold business models, disruptive value propositions, and organizational success. Anybody in the panel, any ideas?
So let me take that first. I think the first thing that would give some justice to the topic that we have today is really trying to understand what boldness or disruption means. There have been numerous discussions, articles written, PhDs done, a lot of discussions across the globe around these topics. But I think there is still really not so much of clarity around these things. These are rather, I would say, a little bit simple approach or model when we talk about boldness or disruption, but they come with a lot of discipline. Boldness, I think it's the courage or challenging the status quo, but with a set of disciplines. That's very important. I'm going to talk about a few quick examples on a macro level, and then in the following up discussion, maybe perhaps if we get time, we'll talk about a little bit about micro level examples as well. So like I said, when it comes to boldness, it's really with those set of discipline, which we call things like market research, risk-taking, appetite, calculated risk, and a lot of, the list goes on. When we talk about disruption, very quickly, while, pondering on different topics and different piece of literatures available regarding disruption, I came across a very interesting article that was published in Harvard Business Review, which talked about or which was kind of challenging that the definition of disruption, it's not really, what generally it's thought about, and it was supported by the example of Uber. People think that, Uber created a huge disruption, and in their perspective, it was absolutely not. Well, I think even, talking about this piece of literature, it can be challenged because the definition it gave was the underlying qualifying factor for a company to be disruptive is to create new consumers. I don't think that's the case because I've dealt with at least 2 or 3 different cases during my consulting days. It could be an existing consumer base, whereas you provide them a new opportunity or a new a dynamic or a new tool or a better enhanced tool that can enhance the experience of the market, i.e., and that is why I would like to include, products or companies like Uber or Netflix, are very common examples. So, if we look into this, perspective, I think both boldness and disruption go hands in hand, and the underlying success factors, if you just summarize, are really, you have to break the status quo, but with a lot of disciplines, which we already highlighted. Just on the macro level, last point, on the macro level example, I think one of the best disruption that is happening today within the region in Middle East that involves, the courage and risk-taking and the leadership is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I think there cannot be a better example today, not only in the region, but globally, what disruption can provide or the fruits that it can bear. I think we all know, what Saudi Arabia is going through and, the set of challenges it went through and today where it stands and, it's going. So, yeah, that's my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these insights. So to summarize that, I understood that organizational success is achieved if we take bold business models which consist of disruptive value propositions and combine them with traditional value proposition to a disruptive one, which creates for customers a higher value than we see out of standalone traditional value propositions. So considering risk-taking, agility, and customer-centric approaches, what would we have to take in mind when we start developing bold business models or disruptive value propositions?
All right, I'd like to answer that question. Yes, for having to take the bold business model according to the disruptive, risk itself in the market, one or management or personnel has to have a deep understanding of the market trends and what customers are actually looking for, what are in high demand for. And, just to add to our first guest actually mentioned, having to be able to have the boldness to take calculated risks. Now, sometimes it could be like, a positive, sometimes it could be a negative. If you lack that understanding in the market, then the approach can easily crash and damage the reputation of the organization. So it's taking that into consideration, the understanding of what's happening in the market, what's happening in the countries around us, depending, if I take it, for example, in the UAE, we have like different emirates, but in each emirate, the market is actually different. Yet, the business ideas are, exhilarating, and especially if we take even an example, during COVID-19. COVID-19 had caused a lot of disruptions. It has shut down a lot of businesses. It was an unexpected, event or a crisis that no one in the world expected. It shut down a lot of businesses, in the long term, but it actually opened up a lot of doors, for people to become more innovative, to bring more innovative and creative products in the market. and like mentioned about Uber, now you have, food deliveries or certain home deliveries because of the COVID-19 itself. So that itself, yes, it's a calculated risk, but will the people, accept it? Did they accept it during COVID-19? It took them time, until we all adapted to it. And now it's become part of the market trend. So now the expectations of customer, and especially customer centricity, people now are expected more innovative, approaches from, private companies to come up with more ideas. So at least, again, it's exhilarating, it's exciting, but again, you need to have a deeper understanding in the market itself, because you want to be able to make sure that the products or the services or the process or the systems that you are actually creating through your companies end up as, what they mentioned in the BCG matrix, that end up as our target is to end up as the cash cow and to reach the star, and rather than let it linger for a while until it becomes a huge question mark. I hope I was able to answer that question.
Thank you very much, Susan. I think this is a very interesting example, what you just mentioned with these delivery platforms that were created during COVID, very successfully created. We see movements towards platform and ecosystem businesses raising, and talking about the customer centricity of those approaches, what makes them usually successful is that the value proposition out of a platform, out of an ecosystem, exceeds the value proposition of each contributor by far. And that's interesting and valuable to the client. But if you create an ecosystem, if you develop a platform, you have to invest a lot of effort in resources and in money. And compared to traditional business models, the time until you reach ROI usually is much longer than in traditional business models. This increases the risk, as you mentioned, Susan, and for that we need totally new methods of validating the business model. We need to work iteratively and in an agile way in order to be successful and prove the business model can be successful before we have invested a lot of money and realize it's not going to work.
Alexander, I want to add something.
Yes, please, Massimo.
For the risk of bold business model. I think that today the bold business model is the only way to success. It is true, if you are a smaller company and you must challenge big companies, or if you are a big company and you must remain on the market. Because there is an old motto, that is the motto of today of the SIS UK Special Force. Who dares wins. But there is an hidden continuation to this motto. Who dares wins, who sweats wins, who plans wins. Because to build a bold business model do not mean to be reckless, to take your team to take a lot of risk, because you must plan every type of new scenario, new environment. And so you must plan. You must have a lot of commitment to plan everything, because another military motto is that the best plan go down with the first contact with the enemies, because there are a lot of variables that you can encounter when you explore new way of business. But in this global market, in this very competitive market, the only way is find your authentic way and explore new segment of the market. This is what have done a great little company that now are a great company in the market, because they attack a little segment of the market, but this what they discover now it's appreciated by all the market, and this is very important. So bold business requires a team that is have confidence with failure, because failure is a process to win the market. And I think we must build a bold business model, but with the right team. We must add competence. I hear in these days positive psychology. Yes, because we must make all our efforts and commitment to front the difficulties that we can encounter in the bold business model.
Thank you very much, Massimo. And this directly brings us into the next topic quite seamlessly, to discuss the differentiation between traditional and bold business model innovation. Let's continue to identify key distinctions between these two kinds of business models and game-changing approaches to that. Andrea.
Yeah.
You,
okay.
me, no problem.
Okay,
Feel free.
I'll take it from here, yeah. So I've been in this journey for more than 10 years now. You know, I had a wonderful opportunity, alhamdulillah, to work with the biggest fund company, you know, Masa Sonsan, SoftBank. And I was a director for his so many crazy projects, you know, robotics, self-driving car, and all those things. So I'll share a little bit from that perspective. First of all, you know, it's really paid off. There is no doubt on that. There is so many risks, there is no doubt about that as well. But after doing this for 10 years, I found that there is a very much lots of way to mitigate all those risks. And if you're well prepared, then it's easier to make the success. So there are a few points that we nowadays follows is right timing. When you are choosing your business plan or technology, make sure that this is the right time. I have done this mistake. I went 5 years, advanced, and people has no idea what I'm doing, so it doesn't work. If I am so behind, people are not interested because everyone is doing that. So you have to be very much time specific, maybe 2-3 years advanced, not so much advanced, not so much lag behind. So that is the time is very much important. Second is, the people and partnership is very much important. Don't drain your energy to something which is not your expertise. Because most of the founders, CEOs, when they started with this bold decision kind of thing, they started doing everything by themselves because they have lack of fundings and something. But anyway, you have to find some partners who are based on each of these. If you are not good at development or HR, find someone. If you are not good at risk advisory and risk analysis, please find someone, because you will be doing all these things and in the wrong way, and at the end of the day, your energy will be gone there. So your main focus of developing the business and going to the market will be very much delayed, and someone will take over that market by that time, right? So right partner on the right time is very much important. And last but not least, go-to-market strategy is very much important. I think all of you know about that, but I'll break down a little bit about this one. For go-to-market, when you have existing solution, that has a different way of setting up the strategy. But when you are doing something new with a bold and disruptive things, so many people has no idea what actually you are talking about. So even it's difficult to market it, advertisement it, So what we have done in SoftBank is we have used experience center kind of concepts. So make not only the minimum viable product, but also makes the experience center, where we bring all the partners together to explain their parts, how they can contribute to make the success. Not only explaining what I am trying to do or what is the product looks like, but also shows the efficiency and partnership ecosystem, that how we can support the success of this whole story. So that make the confidence to that give the confidence to the investors, that also give the confidence to the consumers and to the, if it is a B2B or it is a B2C. So that also give the confidence to the your client, that how the properly you are managing everything. So I think that are the few of the words I really want to share. I have so many things to share as well, but I want to hear from you as well.
Considering the instance of analyzing which is the difference between traditional business model innovation and disruptive or bold, and how to mitigate the risk is important in our idea of. I don't want to say to you how to change your market. Okay, I want to give you some examples of how this is possible. In my opinion, what we change is the question by the customer. The customer doesn't need the robotics. The customer needs something that robotics do. Okay, so the tasks, the goals of the robotics. Changing the question, okay, you don't have to sell the robotics. You have to give the customer what the robotics do. And so this change our market, because we don't, it's not important for us the price, it's not important for us the particularity of a single contract, the framework. What is important really is, in opinion that we have, is what are the costs of the customer before our activities. So we have a deep analyze time in which we analyze what are the costs, the unitary costs of our customer. So we do the project. So we say to the customer, oh yeah, from tomorrow, you pay 20% less in unitary costs. It's not important, for example, to have the robotics. We buy the robotics and we do what the robotics, we sell what the robotics do to our customer. And this change in our perspectives change our market. So we are really small some years ago, and we are bigger and bigger and bigger because we make a different proposition in the market for the customers. And so the customers, initially, not so simple to explain, obviously, but in time they understand that is a potentially important changing inside the market, because they have not to invest equity and money on systems that can be outsourced, and can be outsourced and paid per result. So less risk for our customer, less risk financial. We take some of the risk of the customer, and this is a real partnership. It's not purchasing and selling, it's partnership. And this partnership have risk for me and risk for my customer. And this belong to a long time of relationship. And this kind of relationship increase the goals and the KPI every year, because my customer makes me in the condition of improving my efficiency. Because improving my efficiency in paper outcome and the sharing gross margin of a single contract, this is our business model, he has every year a less unitary cost without the risk of investing. So changing the perspective probably sometimes can change the market.
Thank you very much for these insights. Very, very valuable. Let's spend some time on discussing the steps it would take to develop bold business models and/or disruptive value propositions. What practical steps can we imagine for organizations to be taken to be successful in developing these things?
So before I answer the question, I would like to very quickly pick up on one of the points that, Susan, I think you mentioned about COVID. I think what Mother Nature wanted to do is disrupt the human beings a little bit. But going by the nature of human being, I think we don't take disruption just lying down easily. So as a matter of fact, we started disrupting back again. And hence, an improvement, I would say, or enhancement of online consumerism that we saw. Be it in terms of, you were quoting an example from restaurant industry, with home delivery and everything. Yes, it was already there. And this is the first point that I was mentioning, that it doesn't necessarily need to create new consumers for us to disrupt the market. Or to have bolder strategies. It could be small little things like providing better tools, better avenues, better platforms. And that is exactly what happened during the phase of COVID. Not only new platforms, new technologies evolved, they got improved, they got more and more implemented. So I think that was a good outcome of the disruption that Mother Nature gave us. And then, coming a little bit towards the question that you asked, Alex, I would like to quote an example for the company that I work for. We discussed briefly, I mentioned about the disruption on the macro level that's happening within the region, and I quoted the example of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a very, very classic example of bold steps, bold strategies, risk-taking appetite, opening up the avenues, and the results that are coming out of it. On the micro level, I come from hospitality industry. My experience of around 24 years has been with operating and running restaurant chains. So moving forward from, let's say, things like home delivery and all those things, what next? That was a question that we asked and discussed in our board meetings. The example that I'm going to give very quickly is not necessarily something new that we invented or innovated, but again, it is, we consider, a disruption in the market which had its set of challenges, risk, which we did calculate. We clearly laid a strategy. We had two different brands that we operated. One of them was very strong in the traditional day parts, i.e. lunch, dinner, and those sort of things. And the other brand that we operate was very strong in breakfast segment, but totally two different brands, and they both come from the US. And I'm talking about Applebee's, which is one of the world's largest, like I mentioned, casual dining chain, and the other one is IHOP, and I believe a lot of you know about that. So IHOP being traditionally a breakfast restaurant chain, and Applebee's being a traditionally lunch and dinner. So what was decided, what was thought, that why don't we sort of, if I can safely say, marry these two brands? What will be the outcome? So let's try to disrupt. Let's try to disrupt the market. Let's try to disrupt us. Of course, the challenges were laid down, the opportunities were laid down, and the risk, all those things. And then it came to the implementation phase. So moving fast forward, this model of combining or marrying these two restaurant brands, Applebee's and IHOP, one of them strong in breakfast segment, other one is strong in the other two day parts, lunch and breakfast. What's going to happen? So we implemented in Kuwait. We have also implemented the same concept in Dubai for for some of you, though it's a different franchisee, but if you want to go and see, there is this dual concept, both Applebee's and IHOP under the same roof behind Emirates Mall. They are here, as a matter of fact, if you want to visit them in lunch, in the DFC Mall as well, where you have Applebee's and IHOP together. The results, what came out is that if before individually each of these restaurants were catering to different day parts, now the restaurant got busy 24 hours. So the restaurant behind Emirates Mall, the one I'm talking about, which is again the dual concept of Applebee's and IHOP, is 24 hours open. So there are breakfast segment customers coming, and then lunch, and then dinner. The other benefit that came out of it, since you're operating on the one real estate property, your expenses are cut by half. It's the same rent that you're paying, you have the same manpower, you have the same shared, fixed and variable cost and expenses. But again, you have two different menus, and you cater to different part of or segment of customers. So this was a very small example on the micro level what disruption can do. And this model has been implemented in UAE, it has been implemented in Kuwait. Right now, this model is under implementation in Saudi Arabia. And very interestingly, we saw at least, I have seen 3 brands copying the same idea with different level of success. But again, I think it's an interesting example of how disruption can give you benefits, but it comes with its own set of features that we have to take care.
Thank you very much. I think you mentioned something very important here. Successful business models can be multiplied and can be copied. In your example, it was copied by competitors. But we see a lot of examples in the market where brands copied their own business models and extended it. Nestle, for instance, is a good example with Nespresso. They made Nestea after that and just copied the Nespresso business model to the tea section. Yes, so before we come to Q&A, I would like to give one more person the word to continue on some advice on practical steps for like 1 or 2 minutes in developing bold business models and disruptive value proposition. So feel free.
Okay, Andrea, before I make an example of a bold business model, I think that for bold business model and disruptive value proposition, you don't need at any cost a disruptive technology. You only need to make a deep market analysis and see the market for another point of view. With this commitment, you can find a new solution and open new doors. So I think that sometimes disruptive technology and disruptive innovation model are used at the same time, but disruptive technology is only a technology. Disruptive innovation is a process that starts from a deep analysis and go through build also a team that can face this new model. So I think that the planning and the analysis is the great efforts to develop a winning strategy.
Yes, I think to develop a business model that has an innovative approach, it's important the deep analysis, as you say, and it's also important to change the perspectives. And it's also important to analyze the possibilities of the market that are near to you also not so near, but a little far, because sometimes we can improve our competencies and our capabilities to change our market only watching near to us, no? And this capacity of link the markets and the solution different in other markets, taking them and in our market changing obviously some tasks, allows us to give a new value proposition to our customer. It's not only a technological concept. We use technology, we use AI, simulation. Also, this simulation is really important because when we do the approach, we spend some time, no? And to spend time is money. And to give a correct project to our customer and searching the right technology to understand the right issues for our customers, we do a lot of simulation using AI and simulation tools. Using this, it's probable that you can change your approach to the market and knowing what is the right technology, for example, you have to use inside the factories of your customers. So it's important to have a wide, spread view of the market and of the project to do important innovation inside your market.
Thank you very much on that. It's very, very interesting, very valuable discussion with you guys. I could continue for hours to discuss with you, but we come to an end time-wise. From this point of view, I have unfortunately to cut here, and I would open the round for questions and answers of the audience. Now I see the microphone is missing. Could somebody please provide the audience with a microphone?
Thank you. Okay, so one of the things, the topic's big and we didn't get a chance to talk about everything. And one thing we didn't talk about was risk. You know, because when you're in this endeavor, you get this great idea and you think you've reinvented the wheel, or you think you have a better mousetrap. And you can get so excited about that moving forward that you're not assessing risk all along the way. But at the same time, you don't want to kill the idea by being fearful of what you're trying to do. You're trying to be bold, but the failures can be spectacular. So I'd be interested to hear what the panel has to say about risk assessment along the journey, because in my opinion, that helps a good idea possibly evolve into a better idea, or at the same time, it could kill the idea and save the company.
Can you repeat the last part? If you kill the idea, we couldn't get the last part. What was it?
Or if you don't assess the risk properly and you fall in love with your idea, it could kill the company. We've seen that before. And sometimes companies overhype things. The Segway was overhyped, and where are they now? And 1,000 other competitors are out there. And so the risks, you know, how do you keep the energy behind the bold initiative, but at the same time remain flexible enough to either stop while you're ahead or to innovate as you're going along in the process?
All right, if I can answer this question. Basically, you actually have to have both support on an internal level and an external level. And then on an internal level, if the person has this idea and is really passionate about it, like you mentioned, that person has to conduct a risk assessment. You know, what are the chances that it's going to be acceptable in the market? What are the chances that customers will be willing and they'll be demanding for this product or service? So it's, again, going back to having an understanding of the market trend and understanding what the customer actually needs and demands. So that person has to take into consideration, if you, in an internal matter, if you have in an organization, if you have a very supportive management, you know, available, you know, and access to resources, you know, that you need to be bold to take that risk. We've mentioned about risks needs to be calculated. It could be result in a negative or a positive way, you know? So basically, again, you need to conduct that risk assessment to eliminate whatever risk itself before they decide to shut down that kind of idea. But then, even if there are risks, sometimes we've even mentioned at yesterday's panel discussion, for every risks, there are challenges, and for every challenges can be easily turned into an opportunity. If that opportunity can be brought to light in a positive way, you know, it is important as organization, we need to provide that kind of solutions. So yes, definitely introducing a product or service, it's still considered a risk. But then in terms of the business model and the disruptive value proposition, you know, we need to be able to take that risk, but without sacrificing the business sustainability or jeopardizing the business, you know, while it's still, you know, at its peak in the market. I hope I'm able to answer that question.
Just 5 seconds quick addition to Susan, what you said. We talked about, and again, like Alex mentioned at the beginning of the panel discussion, you know, it could go on and on for hours. It's a very interesting topic, but I think risk-taking is an important aspect of, you know, bold strategies, but it has to be a calculated risk, number one. So after you have laid down your opportunities, your challenges, you know, all what you have that we briefly discussed, you need to align your team. And then one of the most important things that you can do is prototyping, and then, you know, testing that product or idea or business model, whatever you have, put it to a test prototype with the calculated risk, with the calculated set defined opportunities and challenges that you as a company and that you as a team can digest in case if it goes south. So I think one of the important thing after all those, you know, defining all those parameters is prototype and testing the business model and the product that you want to implement in the market.
From my opinion, one of the most important points in developing new, bold, and radical business models. The base of each business model is a hypothesis, and I validate it, I adapt the hypothesis, and I repeat, and I continue with that until I have a certain security or a certain awareness that the risk is accordingly mitigated.
That's what I wanted to hear. I just thought everybody should hear that.
From the technology prospects, you know, just I want one word, like, you know, nowadays we are in an AI world, right? So data-driven, AI-based risk analysis tools, let's reverse that, you know. Let's reverse that. There are so many tools and data-based, you know, available nowadays. Yeah. So I think that will be helpful as well. Yeah.
I was also going to ask about risk assessment, because if you're a smaller entity, and my expertise is in negotiation and reading body language, which makes me somewhat unique in those two disciplines, and nevertheless, there's an institution that is significantly larger than myself, more resources, and a better reputation worldwide. Thus, it's been suggested to me that I disrupt their negotiation models, as it were. And I'm thinking to myself, there's no way in the world David can fight a Goliath in this particular situation. I'm seeking input from you for how such might be accomplished.
Can you just clarify just one more time your inquiry, if it's okay?
How might a smaller entity disrupt a much larger, more significant entity with more resources?
That's very easy. Sometimes organizations tend to overlook, you know, once there's a risk that's identified, you know, we've talked about it yesterday, that you have 3 options. Once you identify the risk, you either eliminate it, minimize it, or I believe, like, you know, or ignore it. And we cannot ignore those kind of risks. So sometimes these risks, it's like you mentioned, it might start small, but then slowly starts to escalate. causing a huge impact itself. So it is important that we basically, once we conduct this risk assessment, that we take into consideration to mitigate that kind of risk. So at least it will not leave a long-lasting impact, for the release or the impact of the product or the service in the market. And because of the disruptive value proposition, sometimes, one company can easily introduce a product or service or a system, can easily shake up the market itself. I mean, look what happened, again, going back to COVID-19, it even opened up and introduced the artificial intelligence. Now every organization, and every competitor is incorporating this, both on a private sector and a public sector and a governmental sector level itself. So yes, we definitely, as expertise, especially in all of our organization, and our advice to always take in consideration once you get a hold of that risk or the incident before it escalates to a major or catastrophic, resulting to an impact that may easily impact an organization's reputation, their value brand itself. I mean, again, this is a risk organization have to take, like always on a daily basis, and needing to have an understanding in the market. I just hope we were able to answer that.
Well, thank you for the feedback, comment, suggestion. Yeah. Anyone else want to take a shot at that? Because again, if you're talking about hypothetically a $30 million operation versus one that has resources of, let's say, 300 million, for ease of numbers, you're talking about that larger entity being able to squash the smaller entity as soon as they really get a foothold into a potential market and the larger entity feels threatened.
Okay. Anybody wants to add?
So I'm not so clear about the question, but there is one thing that I am understanding is that when you are in a large entity, so there are so many rules, and we call it walls of rules. Will actually will protect you somehow. At the same time, that will not allow you to go beyond that rules. So when we used to do this kind of disruptive technological or disruptive business model, so we always earliest as we found that it's impossible to do within that existing environment. So what we done is we took out from there as a child, put it into a different box where there is no rule is defined, and nurture that idea for few years freely without any rules, gave the opportunity to explore. Then when everything looks a little bit of stable, then we brought this. It's like, bringing your child and grow it in your stomach and then bring it out and then grows together. It's same process we have to follow. But if you try to do the same disrupt things in an existing environment, everyone will cut you off. So I'll say that, yeah.
I just want to add to what you mentioned, and just to complement what you've said to us. Because when you have a small corporation, a small company, and at the first startup, you have full control, but there are still chances, of becoming successful or failing, but then there's still chances of success. When you have a larger corporation itself, you basically have control, a full control, micromanagement. So I believe there's kind of several challenges when it comes to large corporations. This includes silos. It could be could be even including, possibly of lack of communication or collaboration between cross-functional departments itself. Sometimes it could be resistance, to certain types of change. Sometimes there could be in a multinational or larger corporation, sometimes the CEO might change, or the leadership might change, or the team might change. But that's a drastic change of change management where organizations have to learn to adapt. It can be challenging. Sometimes it may impact the product or service itself. But again, if you have a very strong, management with senior management and competent employees, the success can continue. But then again, it's still a risk itself. It needs to be taken into consideration. It needs to be researched and it needs to be like, we should never underestimate, what happens like in larger corporations. You have these challenges on an internal level and on an external level. Sometimes these factors, it's maybe different in certain countries, but the challenge is practically the same. Even as a government entity, we face that same challenge, where basically any changes or any resistance can easily just impact, the outcomes itself. So,
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So looking to the organizers, I think our time is up. But I highly invite you to continue the discussion when we're down in the audience, and we are happy to continue and answering your questions. Thank you very much. To you, the audience, to you, my fellow panelists, it was a great pleasure.
A big round of applause for our panelists for their insightful contribution to our conference. Thank you. Photo group. Thank you. I apologize, there were a few more people with questions. I suggest you pick their brains during networking sessions because we're running a little bit behind and we don't want to take too much time. So let's leap right into our next session, which promises to be as invigorating as your morning coffee. The topic for our keynote session is From Emerging to Exceptional, Mastering Personal Branding in Leadership. Now imagine crafting a personal brand which not only stands out, but also speaks volumes about you as a leader. And that's exactly what our next speaker is about to guide us through. Let's give a warm welcome to Heather Ogborn-Stokes, who is CEO and founder of Serenity Light Recovery, LLC. Thank you.
Good morning. There it is. Oh, it's such an honor to be here, so thank you for sharing this space with me. My name is Heather Ogborn-Stokes, and I'm the founder and CEO of Serenity Light Recovery. We are an addiction treatment center in Texas, US, and we provide full medical detox, residential care, and intensive outpatient, and I'll get more into that later. But when I was approached to become a keynote speaker and they shared the topic with me, it was just so fitting, especially where I'm at today in leadership and with the company, and from emerging to exceptional, mastering, right, your personal branding and leadership. Not necessarily the company branding, because the company branding is built from your personal self. So it's an honor to share this with you. Who are you, right? Who am I? I'm a visionary. I'm innovative. I'm very creative, definitely authentic. I'm very compassionate, resilient. I'm also a mentor, a motivator, a teacher, a mother, and a leader. This is how I identify myself, and especially with my team. I don't meet new employees or team members and say I'm the CEO. Most of them don't even know, and that gives them a chance to be their authentic self. So a birth of a vision. Every entrepreneur, every leader has a story, or they should find one. What is the vision? A vision is built from life experiences, from their purpose, right? What drives you, what identifies the mission, the why, your true passion. Anytime I'm interviewing employees, I ask them, what is your passion? What drives you? That's what I want to see, not necessarily what's on a piece of paper, right? But I want to see their heart and their willingness and their dedication. And when the dream becomes a reality, that vision is unstoppable. So this is my story. I first introduced myself as CEO, founder of an addiction center, and you may be asking, why? Why did she get into that, and what is her purpose? Well, I'm also a person in long-term recovery, and I'm very proud of that because I have witnessed and experienced the depths of addiction, and I also see the beauty in recovery. I grew up in a very loving home. I played varsity softball. I went off to college, Dean's List, pre-med, dual majors, studying psychology. So on the outside, everything looked good. But on the inside, I was running and suffering in silence. I was terrified. How am I supposed to admit, right? Just having fun or, trying to cope with this, cope with that was destroying my life. And how would people look at me, right? Until my life absolutely fell apart. Everything was ripped from me. And I became someone that I didn't recognize. It is the last thing that I ever thought would happen to me growing up. I wanted to be a doctor. I had big dreams. Not laying on the floor, sick, almost dead. It's something I don't wish upon anyone. And so it became my life's mission to give back and help others see their truth, see their worth, and have another chance in life because I was given one. Somebody, I meet people and they'll hear that I'm in recovery. What? You don't look like someone who suffered from that, right? Because there's this stigma and these stereotypes associated with that. I had them. I didn't want to admit that I was one, right? And so through my journey and all the trauma and everything that I experienced, it actually helped develop the leader I am today. It helped develop my resiliency, my strength, my authenticity. See, I can't say the word, but I am authentic. It's about being real for yourself because that's what radiates, especially to the team. It always trickles down, right? So out of my experience, getting treatment was very scary, very institutionalized, punished. I was punishing myself as it is. So I wanted to create a beautiful, safe place for others to come and stop suffering in silence, learn to love themselves with compassion in a beautiful, peaceful environment, and embody wellness, because that's what it is. Everyone deserves to be well. Nobody deserves to be judged or criticized. Right? We're all recovering from something. So this is Serenity Light Recovery. We are located in a little town south of Houston, Texas, on 10 acres, very serene. And we actually blend the Eastern and Western medical modalities and philosophies, because traditional treatment is 12 steps. You sit in a room with others that have suffered the same. It's talk therapy. But what are they doing to feed their soul? To actually get well from the inside out. So we do detox baths, Epsom salt, essential oils, soak in the bath. It's for everyone. We do massage therapy, detox, acupuncture, and a lot of the new innovative technologies to help retrain the brain and to help. Your brain is very magical and very powerful, and it goes through its own clearing process, right? So if you're not sleeping and you're not sleeping well, your body's not able to go to metabolic clearance. And so there's systems and technology to help you reach that. We teach yoga, meditation, but we also teach the science behind it. This is a vision come to reality. I was told it can't be done. Who do you think you are, right? I actually had an older gentleman tell me, I see young and dumb. And I was very passionate, and I spoke like it was already created. It took about 2.5 years to build, develop, create the programs in a unique environment to really engage, right? Engage and accept others because everyone's different, and to provide individualized and customized care. So it was a labor of love. And so when he told me that, I just smiled and said, I may be young, but definitely not dumb. And I have the heart and the passion to get this done. And we're going to make a difference. And I'd rather do it collaborating and connecting, but if you don't want to, that's okay. And his treatment center actually shut down, and it's an unfortunate because we need more resources. But he lost the heart. He didn't stay true to the mission. So this is some of my team. My father, it's a family-owned business. My father is the executive medical director. And so he too wanted to learn how to blend Eastern and Western medical modalities because we see that it works. And the vision and the mission became their vision and mission. And they live it out every single day. So a passionate purpose, the power of sharing your story. I can look at anybody in the room and share with my heart and be very vulnerable and transparent because it is who I am. But most importantly, I could do that with my team. And they all join together and share the same heart and the mission at hand. And I would not ask them to do anything that I'm not willing to do myself. I'll tell you another quick story. At one point, I was forced to shut down because the previous management I had in place really took control while I was out having babies, right? And there's, stigma in that. Took control, and the company started crashing. And I said, how is this? We should be full. What's going on? But it was consumed with toxic energy, toxic negativity, and the team was getting burnout. They were dropping left and right. They were relapsing themselves. It just was unhealthy. And they can only get 9 clients in the door. So we were forced to shut down. And he said, you have to sell. I'm sorry. This is not just a business. This is my mission. And I will make it happen. So gathered the team, and they stood right beside me, not behind me, but right beside me and said, I'm with you 100%. I believe in this mission, and we're going to save lives. So we rebuild together. We restructured, and it's brighter than ever because I was willing to be vulnerable and transparent with them. So I firmly believe mission versus margin. The mission is always above the margin, and when you have and lead with a passion and have a true mission at hand, the margin will always follow. Because now, within 30 days of relaunching, I doubled the numbers that they were struggling to get just 2 months prior to that. And now I'm well over break even, and actually tripled, if not quadrupled, the numbers in less than 10 months. So, because we stay true to the mission, right? Because when you lead with love and kindness, you're also building trust with a team. You're building that rapport. You're building that reputation. Other people in the industry could know, they felt the toxic, right? The toxicity, the negativity. And once I cleared that out, they were right back. They're like, we missed you, right? We missed that heart, and we need you. They celebrated us reopening. And you're building a successful team. So no matter what, I know they're right by me, and we're all leading with love. So I love to be inspirational. Inspirational leadership. It's strength-based. It's positive. Solution-focused. They know, don't come to me and just complain, right? Tell me issues I need to know in order to fix them. But be creative and come with a solution as well. I want to hear what you have to say. You're on boots on the ground. You're doing this and doing that. Tell me what's not working and tell me how it will work, right? Let's get creative together. I love to empower and develop. One of my best friends joined the team in the very beginning. She's the wellness director. And during the slow times in previous management, he cut her hours so incredibly much. I mean, I fought to keep her on board, and he just knocked the hours. So she went and opened her own private practice, and I celebrate that growth because now she's implementing her private practice into the facility, and we're both growing together, and it's quite beautiful. And inspiration is the ultimate buy-in. I can sit with a team and we can all get inspired and new things and how we can reach people and how we can motivate and change lives and allow our clients, it's customer service, to be heard and to get well. And they're all on board. So to master personal branding, being authentic is key. Know what your message is. If you don't, think about it. And then inspire others so they believe in that message too, because in turn, that becomes your company's message, right? Your company's branding. And don't be afraid to be unique. That gentleman said, I see young and dumb because I wanted to do something different. I didn't want to do cookie cutter treatment and make it look very institutionalized. I wanted to implement wellness in everything we do. Now, most of the treatment centers in Texas actually implement wellness. I take that as a compliment. It should be the new standard of treatment. It should be about wellness, not just saying you're an addict, right? And this is how you've done wrong, and this is how you should behave. But how? If you just remove the substances, that really does no good, right? And people gravitate towards genuine hearts, creative minds. So I'm very passionate about this. I am absolutely honored to be in this room in Dubai, to be able to share the message of hope, because I'm a living proof that you can overcome, that you can succeed, and you can be quite resilient and inspirational and actually change lives. So thank you. This is how you can reach me if you have any more questions. I could really talk about this for days. Ask my team. But I see I have 8.5 minutes. I was supposed to allow 10 for questions. But I invite you to ask questions. I kept it very short and sweet. But does anybody have any questions? And how to motivate and inspire team?
Heather, and can you hear me?
Hi.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing. I think that you're role modeling to each and any of us that potentially even later will go on stage and talk or in any other circumstances that the importance of authenticity and vulnerability. I will add that also. I resonate pretty much with your story. I have a lot of stories of dependency in my family, and I got given with a special needs child. And we had to leave our own country because we couldn't find a school for him in Italy, and that's why we moved here. I grow a business out of a personal story, as you did. I only realized 6 years later that we were a business because I was just passionate about the mission. So I really resonate with you. And my question is, to cut my intervention short, what was, according to you, the lens you were wearing while you were looking at those people to help them take the best out of themselves?
So which lens did I put on, you know?
Yeah, so what allow you to see the best version of themselves and help them to come out and unleash their full potential?
So my mother always said, "You are the light." And I never understood that until I got into recovery. And she really talked about embodying the light within, right? That we can shine and see others' truths if we focus on the positive and not necessarily the negative. I can find a lot of things to complain about. I can judge, I can do this and that, right? But when I look at someone's pure soul and being, and I say, "I see you, I honor you, I'm here to help," and share my story with them, it creates that safe space for them to be able to open up. And after many years of just seeing the positive and I've been walked on, I've been backstabbed, and still I've learned from those moments, right? And it's made me a stronger, more confident leader. And so when it comes to clients, I can sit right next to them and say, "I've been there. I've been right there. It's going to be okay because you're not alone. You're surrounded by people who care, who love you, and you're worthy. So let us help you see your self-worth and get in touch with what's really going on, because the substances is just a symptom, but there's something deeper inside that they're trying to fix." And so when I see them for who they are, because I once was the same, it creates that safe space to heal. And I hope that answered your question. Yeah.
So, fellow Texan, Houston, I'd be interested in hearing your plan on how to scale the heart. How do you scale what you do, and how do you keep the heart?
Yes. So having a team that believes in the mission, and because I can't do it all on my own, right? I don't have all the answers, and I'm grateful for that. But I identify incredible, passionate team members that can stand with me. We can cry together and say, "Am I absolutely bonkers for making this decision to save this life?" Sometimes, yes. Does it save a life? Yes. And it's the right thing to do. So in turn, that feeds into the reputation that we have the heart We won't lose the heart because my living purpose, my passionate purpose, and my mission in life is to give back and help others. So I don't let the margin drive me. I let the mission drive me, and the margin follows. I give out scholarships when I can, and sometimes I do have to say no and make referrals, but it's the right thing to do. And so being pure to my heart, that's how I don't lose it. Yeah. Right. So what I'm trying to say is having the team and training the team, because anybody that doesn't share the same heart is not a really good fit, right? And sometimes it takes a while for them to learn and get trained, as long as they have the heart to give and the heart to love and the heart to care with compassion, right? It's a good fit. And so a lot of training and working with them. And then my goal, I would be quite busy, but my goal is to make sure I make an appearance and I'm part of each one, right? Because if you lose the heart, it fizzles out. That's why a lot of the small family-owned companies, when they get offered big money from big corporations, let me buy you, here's more resources, here's more bandwidth, and the whole heart is lost. You know, the programming just crumbles and it becomes something different. That's why I wanted to create Serenity. And I get offers almost every day. And it's like, we got to stay true to the heart. It's family owned. I can make it individualized. I don't let insurance dictate someone's treatment. You're on the phone saying, okay, they're well. Okay, they're not. They're not okay after 15 days, I'm sorry. Research shows that it takes 1.5 years for your brain to heal. So yes, I implement technology and other services and modalities, right, to help increase and speed up the healing, but not after 15 days. So my commitment to our clients, you signed up for a 30-day program, not including detox. They always want to count those days. 30 days, you're going to get 30 days. And it's just staying true and authentic, and you build the reputation. So that should follow, and identifying the team that can carry that out, and always remind them, what is the mission? What is the purpose? Because others have copied, and again, I'm flattered, but do they have the same heart? Do they have the same people? They actually try to steal my people, my team, my family, and they say, no, this is home. This is the mission, this is the dream, and it became theirs. So being able to grow, and that's my goal, to be accessible and have facilities around, but building the team of compassionate individuals that won't allow the mission to fizzle, that heart that feeds the mission. Does that answer? I mean, we can probably go back and forth all day about it, and I would love that. Okay, perfect.
Hi, Heather.
Hi.
You know me.
Yes?
First of all, I'd say one thing I can just respond to from that is how you grow your business is you give a bit of your heart to the people you serve. Or my daughter and I wouldn't be here in Dubai with you. So in full transparency, Heather saved my daughter's life and saved my family. And without her, we wouldn't be a family. I might have been burying my daughter, and we sure wouldn't be here today. You inspire me. So can you tell me how, with a bit of your heart, you would suggest our authentic leadership grows globally? Because it already is, but what next?
I think sharing the story with a very strong voice and compassion, right? And saying, what are your needs? We're here to serve. We want to be accessible, and we want to see people heal, because it's not just the individual, it's the families, the communities, the workplace. They become more efficient and productive. At least I know I did. I started a company, right? So I think identifying different communities, what their needs are, and bringing awareness and education, and just being true to our heart and saying, this is who we are, and just building that connection and collaborating, it would be the first start, right? And then just fly forward and say, here we are, this is what can be done, and start designing, because it will be very individualized and customized to each community too. Yes. All right. Well, thank you, and it's been an honor.
Thank you, Heather, for sharing your story with us. It's not always easy sharing personal experiences in front of strangers and then turning that experience into success. It's incredible. All right, let's gear up for our next panel discussion. The topic is data-driven decision-making, unlocking the power of analytics. Now, in today's data-rich world, making informed decisions can mean the difference between success and stagnation. And to discuss further, can I please call upon our panel today, Rahul Kulkarni, CEO and founder of GoalSeek Solutions Private Limited, Shabeen Narang, CEO of Trajectories Business Solutions Private Limited, Maureen Laus Gallant, President and CEO of Mauvais Veloce Consultancy, Dr. Gijis Van Geffen, CFO of Innocom and CSI Service, and lastly, our moderator, Abhinandan Mukherjee, co-founder of Badge Free LLP. Thank you.
Okay, day 3, almost, the pre-lunch session. Oh no, maybe. Yeah. But thanks everyone for being here. And I think one of the most relevant topics, and I take lead from what I think Mr. Shahriar said in the earlier panel discussion, to leverage the world of AI, right? So let's see how there's some continuity from the earlier panel thoughts that happened here on the stage. So quick round. So setting the stage, I think we'll go one round of introduction. So why don't I start with my far left and go in the order. So let's do one round of introduction so we know each other.
Thank you, Anindya. My name is Rahul Kulkarni. I come from India, Mumbai. I founded GoalSeek Solutions, and we are into consulting and technology, specifically working on sales, marketing, customer-facing functions. Apart from that, I'm also involved in a couple of more ventures. One of them is a social venture where we try to sustain artisans and art forms from traditional India. And another venture called Open Skies. Here we are actually a group of 3 who are avid outdoor enthusiasts, and we actually wanted to bring our enthusiasm and passion to business. We work with kids from 6, 7 years to around 16 years, helping them build leadership and life skills through outdoor and experiential learning mediums.
Hi, I'm Shabeen. Personally, I'm 57 years old, but I'm 25 forever. And I stay that way by continuously learning. Professionally, I've worked in several industries as at different positions. So I've done all sorts of jobs that you could have done. Headed service, headed sales, opened a business, shut down a business in a company. expertise is more in financial services, telecom, and ITES. Currently, I run a firm, and I think the reason why I run that firm is because I want to make a measurable impact in my customers' lives by using technology and people solutions.
Hi, I'm Gijs Vergeffen. I'm from the Netherlands, Eindhoven, the south of the Netherlands. I have a little of a top sport background as a football player, but after that I went into the financial business and accounting business, and now I'm the CFO of CSI Intercom. Our core business is the personal alarming business. That can be a necklace, can be a watch, and nearly everything. Nearly always elderly people wear it, and when you push the button or when you fall down, immediately 3 relatives of people in your neighborhood will be notified that you're in need of help. That's more or less what I do now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maureen Galant. I manage a consultancy company in the Philippines called Mover Veloce Consultancy Inc. I came from the telecommunication industry about 15 years, and then from there I moved to banking and finance, and then now it's already been 7 years for my company. So I live and breathe data analytics, and I think it's part of my DNA.
Thanks. Quick round about myself. I'm Abhinandan. I come from the eastern part of India and spend large part of my time in the southern part of India, some in Asia. I started with being an HR professional for about the first 16 years. In the last 3 years, I'm in my journey of becoming an entrepreneur. Started with keeping in mind that there is definitely a skill gap in terms of the 0 to 5 years career framework, the career stage, and helping graduates and early professionals become more productive and more job ready in the true sense when they are out into the corporate environment. So started dabbling around employability, recruitment, people analytics, given from my earlier experience of handling HR technology transformation in organizations like Cognizant and World Bank. And today we have a wrapper around all of these solutions, and I co-founded my third startup just about 3 weeks back, where we are becoming an umbrella brand for all the talent solutions that could be available around finding skills, identifying skills, training through activity-driven simulated programs, and also, let's say, a little bit of trying to place them, position them in the job economy, and also trying to see how the modernized workplace will look like in terms of people analytics and people processes. So that's largely what I do. And so great to be here on stage. I think it's a great panel out here this morning. So let me start with a quick setting of the stage in terms of what happened, maybe in the last 30 years around data and information, the availability of information, right? So we all in this room, I think we have a multi-generation, people in this room, and what we see is it all started with data being scarce, information being scarce in the initial days of the internet, because I'm from that stage where in my early 20s, I would have seen Google coming up and then the information overflow happening, right? So there was a stage from scarcity to availability of data, and today we have overflowing information data at our fingertips. Then came the world of simple technology that helps us report what we see, right? So what we see in terms of the visualization in today's world started with simple, basic reporting. And all of us know it could go as simple as MIS reporting, right, in organizations or businesses. Then came, the era where we started visualizing, right? The MS-DOS went off, right? And it came all the Google and the graphics and all of that. So we started visualizations, and then we started noticing trends. So trends, how to do year on year, and some of those things. And largely, I'm sure it's the financial industry that led this, reporting, visualization, and rightfully so. And I think today we are in a stage where we definitely have much computing capabilities, and moving away from just trying to visualize quantitative data to qualitative data. So it was all the while that we were able to maybe make sense out of structured data. Today with AI, natural language processing, large language models, we are able to do a lot more than just analyzing structured data. Today we are actually able to do sentiment analyzer, right, and a lot of those. So, and then what's the way forward, right? So with that, I think let me open up the stage and come up with some questions that I think would be relevant for us to share. And we'll do a little bit of sharing, and then we'll open up the floor for all of you to ask questions and share your thoughts. So the first question that I had is, in the journey of doing robust analysis, and analysis is important or a prerequisite for analytics, right? And these two are distinctly different things. So what do we see as challenges, right, in doing a robust analysis to start with? And if I can request Rahul to start again, just because Rahul, you're on the far left, I take that up.
Thank you. I mean, being on the left, creates this. I come from a background where I meet a lot of customer-facing functions. We work in very traditional industries such as infrastructure, mining, automotive, called manufacturing. Many of the teams that I work with, they supply products or services to these industries. One of the challenge, I mean, we can talk about data, we can talk about analytics, we can talk about decision making, but one of the biggest challenges I see is, getting the right data at source. The teams which are customer facing tend to look at technology, tend to look at some of these tools and methods in which we create this data with a bit of skepticism. Even in this age where we see it is used in a very narrow sense to capture transactions, to capture maybe at the most conversations which happen, but not beyond that. To have great analytics and to actually build analytics at decision making at all levels, be it tactical or be it strategic, it is important to have the right data at source. Your people on ground, whether they are sales teams, whether they are customer management teams, technology services, technical services teams, auditing teams which are there, all of them to buy into why that data is required and what can come out of analytics. And one of the first challenges we face normally is how do you get that data and how do you get people to buy in to give you the data first to analyze?
Kids, since you are at the center of the stage, can I request you to maybe share your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Well, of course, I agree with my fellow Paolo. The challenge I see is that it's oftenly mistaken the quality of the data as an IT party or something. But in my vision, I can give you a little bit of my vision about this. It's oftenly about leadership and vision of the management. I always believe there are 5 elements for putting data together that you need in mind. And the first one is your strategy. It affects your data when you don't have the right strategy or that you don't know the impact of the outcome of the data of your strategy. Then the scale, the level of scale of your people, it affects your data. When you're having people who are doing things the way they want, it of course affects your data, ruins your data more or less. Then the culture of your company, the age of your people, the age of the employees, it affects your data because they're not agile most of the time, or they are very agile, and of course it's affecting your data as well. And then the last thing, and it, of course is an important problem, of an important aspect about gaining your data, is the technical elements. If you have multiple systems, multiple ERP systems, it's affecting your data as well, because it will be measured differently from each ERP system. And then it comes to the process, and that's also a challenge, of course. If you have the process, first you have the data, then you have the insights, and then you need to turn it to the values of your data, of course. And in my belief, those 5 elements must be aligned to be successful gaining your data. And that also comes from management info, management or leadership or a vision. If you want to maximize your profits, you don't need to measure sustainability aspects, for example, because it's you need to focus on your maximizers of your profit at that time, and you will be distracted by data you don't need, you don't want in the first place.
Yeah, wonderful. So I think what we are trying to do here is set the stage, saying where do we really start, right? And we heard that where we start, the quantity, quality, and what data we look at, how data is shared, how agile are we, and then look at the next set of things. So now let me turn to the data model masters on stage, right? So in terms of data modeling, right? What are let's say some of the success factors? Is something that's going on in my mind. So Maureen, since you are just left to me, and we'll come to Shabin, right? So over to you, Maureen.
Yeah, so I'll take it from G. What he said was the 5 key success factors in making sure that we have the right model, right? So so the plan is only as good as how we implement it. So it's important that we connect from the business objective. So you start from the end in mind, right? So what's the business objective, or what is it that you wanted to address with this data analytics? And then you connect with how it's built. Because like what he said, leadership is important, right? So if it's built in a certain way and I'm going to use it in a different way, then there's a big disconnect on how the analytics is done. And from there, you do get the actionable insights and make sure that you embed it with your company's strategies, plans, and programs, and then build the culture within the company of a data-driven organization, so that it is not a one-time process. It's a continuous updating, improvement, and as you implement plans and programs, you have to be agile enough to adjust and enhance whatever is initially built on your data architecture. I think that's how you can be aided to have an impactful decision-making.
Shabin, you're the master in terms of implementing and including AI models, so your thoughts.
So, though I love modeling and I love big data, my insights are all with respect to people. So my first insight is on communication. And I know it's been done to death. You must communicate. But I think there's 2 parts of communication: why we're doing something and what you need to do. What happens is we get trapped in our own style and we think, oh, I think I should only communicate what they need to do. These are very, random resources. They don't need to be told why. So we communicate the what. The why is never told. Then you have the big picture guys who will say, oh, you just have to tell people why, and logic will follow and they will follow it. So because leaders get trapped in their own communication styles, they tell only either of them. In fact, we launched where we wanted 14,000 people to use the data that was being sent to them to improve their productivity. Obviously, it was given in a manner that is presentable, like you said. But we explained to them why we are giving you this data and why it is being given to you in this form and manner and at this particular time, and what you need to do with it. We got a great success rate, not perfect, but great success rate of 60%. Which then brings me to the second point. Okay, you've implemented it, you got some success, not a big one. You go back and ask why the 40% are not using it. I mean, if your data is so great and their lives are going to become better, then there must be a reason why they're not using it. So we did feedback, which is the second part of good implementation. And feedback is both ways. Ask people, why are they not using it? Sometimes it's just inertia. Sometimes there's real logic. So some of them said, this formula that you're using here in giving me this computation isn't correct. You should change this. Or you should be looking at X data as well, because if you give me that, I can take better action. Viola, we went from 60% to 80%. Bottom line, if your user is going to use it, you need to ask them why they're not using it. and then you need to go back and change the model. And the last is, we need to be able to feedback into the model as well. What is working, what is not working, so that the model can get improved. And for that, I think we should collect data in a frictionless manner. 90% of the time, people will say, oh, I've implemented this model. Now go do a survey to see if people are implementing it. You know, that's not going to help. So what we found is that if you really think hard, you can find good surrogates to figure out whether the people are using it or not. So even in this one, for example, if we're telling people, go and visit these 15 dealers or distributors or customers, we know whether they visited them or not, right? In any case, in the mainframe system. So why do I have to ask them that you're using this or not? So again, 3 things, all soft, nothing to do with hard modeling. 1, communicate what and how. 2, give the feedback, ask for the feedback. And 3, don't ask for the feedback if you can't. If you have the data somewhere else, use surrogates to figure out whether the model is being implemented or not. Make it, as I say, frictionless. So those are my 3 insights on implementing models.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I think so, from my far left to here, I think we have Rahul on sales, Shabeen, like she mentioned, she's an all-rounder and now the AI expert. Gids is on, the financial expert. Maureen, again, you all heard that she's done a lot of things and now she's into marketing and she's the CEO, right? Again, dabbling around with analytics. So these could be the functional, so we could be, let's say, the functional representatives and have used data or done data modeling, right? But my question is slightly broader. The next one is the industries, the sectors, as we could address them, right? So where do you think, we definitely know that, let's say, financial organizations led this data journey in some format or the other across the globe. But then where do you see some of these analytical models, getting rolled out? And if I can go back, and I hope you all are realizing that we are playing a diversity game here, right? It's the experts basis the foundation, so the men versus the women on stage. Okay, we'll generalize it in a while. Yeah. So Rahul, why don't I kind of put you on the spot here?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we hear a lot about data. We heard about a lot over the last 2 years, last 2 days as well. One of the slides which caught my eye yesterday was Industry 4.0, or what we call as smart factories. So manufacturing as a sector has been using data and taking decisions on data for quite some time now. To give you some examples, today machines are able to talk to us and tell us, where the issues are. Consider it similar to, we going to a laboratory to do our blood test, to check our pulse, or, the machines today, we are able to do things like vibration analysis, analysis on noise, analysis on temperature, and they will be able to tell us whether it is time for, some kind of predictive maintenance, or, how much hours they have been run, is it a time to do some kind of a setup change, and things like that. In the manufacturing segment, another use case is, asset securitization. Take the case of, say, a company in mining. Today they have got dumpers, tippers, excavators, crushers at all different sites, probably spread across the globe. How do you know where your assets are? How do you know how much productivity they are giving? What kind of usage is happening? Who are the operators working on each of those machines? The safety of these operators. So a lot of work is being done around in that area. Then there is automation. Say, for example, supply chain, where I would want to automate the entire process of ordering, sending it to an ERP, and delivering it at the same time, all automated without people trying to do the manual work around it. It helps improve productivity, reduces errors, tries to bring in that kind of productivity and efficiency in the system. So manufacturing is one of the industries where I feel is at the edge, which is taking the whole data and data analytics to the next level.
It's over to you, following the same pattern we did last question. So we want to hear from you around your experiences.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to share 2 stories about my other enthusiasm. than finance, and that's from sport. Like I told you, I have a little bit of a top sport background as a football player. And after that, I was infected with the data virus by Jürgen Klopp, actually. I went to Borussia Dortmund at that time, and he showed me how he saw his game. And I am more or less indoctrinated by Johan Cruyff, because that's the only one we know in the Netherlands that he knows about football playing. But at that time, Jürgen Klopp showed me that he had a plan, he needed a team for that, and that for example, his left defender should be aggressive, should have a stamina, but he doesn't, for example, should be training headers, because he never does that. And in my Dutch believing, everybody should do all. But he showed me for the first time that actually you're losing time by training things that they never use. And that was quite an eye-opener for me also in my business case. And at that time, I wanted to know more and more and more about data, also about decision making. And then I went to Denmark to visit Rasmus Ankersen. He was I believe he was a chairman of Midtjylland, as a small Danish club. And he showed me about his decision making about buying players. And I was at that time Michiel Kramer, never made it, but still he was at that time a very common Dutch name, played for The Hague at that time. And he was scoring goals all the time. And he showed me how he judged to buy this player. And he showed me that he was needed like 1.4 chance to make a goal, while the average is 4. You need 4 chances to make a goal, even if it's Messi or it's you, one of you. Apparently you need 4 chances to make a goal from his data. And then I was thinking, yeah, then you should take him, because he is only need like 1.5 chance to make this goal. And then he showed me, no, he's now too expensive, because he will never keep up these statistics. Yeah, and that was another eye opener also in my business. That's nearly AI, but then from a perspective from a football coach, a football board.
Wonderful. I think sports is one of the examples we all can relate very easily. And I get reminded, it's about a movie called Moneyball, right? A huge amount of data-driven decision making and building the team, and then winning a tournament. Let me now go back to the experts on the stage with my next question. So we heard about the applications and the industries, right? But can we have some examples? Let's say, Shaveen, if you're okay to start this time, right, around the application of analytics models.
So I'll share a story of reducing attrition. You know, it's a big problem in many industries, especially in Asia. People say that, oh, the frontline will leave for, 50 dirhams, 100 rupees, they quit. The truth of the matter is that you can reduce it, and people have struggled to do it in soft ways, meaning without hard data. So what we did was we trained an artificial intelligence algorithm to just use your voice. Just your voice, not what you say. Just how you say it, and linked it with HR. So you can see that there's technology which splits voice into over 300 parameters, which links it to HR, any HR competency framework you can use. So you link it, let's say, to 16 PF or the Big 5 or anything. And then from there, you can leapfrog into saying, this person will stay. That's it. So you need to make it interdisciplinary. The most functional models today are the ones which are interdisciplinary. So you use technology to split the voice. It's a very old technology, has been used in lie detection for years. But now it's been brought into HR, mapped into 16 PF, to predict whether this person will quit or not. Now you get base model then. You run it on hundreds and thousands of people, and you figure out, oh, this is the sort of profile for, financial services. They will stay in financial services. Oh, this is the sort of profile that will stay in retail, etc., etc. So you've got some base modeling. Then when you want to implement it into each, why are no two financial services companies the same? One person joins and stays for years in one, and then similar person goes to another one and quits in 5 days. It has to do with company culture. So then you have to refit the model to the company culture. It's a little bit like you have ready-made clothes. When you wear them, it's a little tight here and it's a little loose there. You kind of had to refit it to yourself. So you refit the model. We brought attrition down by 35% by just following this process. And then we said, okay, so if you can do it in hiring, you can do it in promoting. So who's the right promotion fit? Is this person a right management fit? Again, same. You can use any kind of psychographic model, any kind of data that you're collecting about them, fit it into a relevant model, and we managed to find that people who were of a particular type were better to promote, and people of another type were better to rotate horizontally to give them growth. So bottom line, I'm saying that, if you really want to have applicable AI models or applicable data models, it needs to become interdisciplinary. Otherwise, you'll get some results, but maybe not the most sustainable results.
Maureen, can we hear your experiences?
Okay. I'll give an example on, normally in businesses, right, one of the ways for us to scale is we'll have multiple products to offer. So when we do projections, we do market sizing, and then, we say, oh, we have 6 million base. This is an actual case that we handled. So they have like 6 million base, and they expanded their product portfolio to another related product to that industry. And then, the marketing people or the product people aggressively forecasted, hey, it's low hanging, we have 6 million. And then the market is, Philippines is 120 million. And if they're able to just target X% of that, this is the revenue. And so in short, the strategy was to cross-sell. That's the low hanging. And then the other one is to increase the overall market share of the company by tapping into the non-customer base yet. So they figured easy, 6 million. So they have been doing a campaign and it wasn't making any sense. But when we deep dive and look into the customer behavior, we realize that the product is actually, it doesn't make sense. So when you are a customer of a product A, you can't be a customer of product B. So there are products that cannot coexist. Otherwise, it cannibalizes the other. So when you have your current product portfolio, you have to understand as part of your analytics to see if it's a good bundle to even cross-sell. Otherwise, it just kills the other. So in this case, one is, for example, pawning, and the other one is sending money, or savings, right? So one is pawning, meaning I have need for money. The other one is savings. I am not even there yet. I'm bridging the gap between getting a loan so I can finance my personal need, and the other one is savings. So it's so hard to bundle those two, but you can only see that if you look at your data on a lens that makes sense outside just the regular number, but also the consumer behavior.
Great. And I think what we'll do is I can see on the timer here that we are about 9 minutes, 29 seconds left for the session. So I think one last question before we open up to the floor is, where do you see the future of this? Because what we are discussing about is what we've done, right? But I think the way forward could be drastically different from what we've seen all this while. So we'll break the diversity bonding that we had done for the last 20 minutes plus, and so maybe we'll go right again, start from Rahul and come around. Yeah.
Okay. What I am excited to see is how humans and technology will collaborate in future. What kind of decisions are best taken by machines or by technology, by your models, and what are the decisions which will be really important and critical for humans to intervene and take. I think that distinction will come over a period of time, and how we collaborate, how we co-create, and how we move into the future is going to be determined by that.
I'm a raving fan of Klaus Schwab, the person who's the World Economic Forum has hosted it for a long time. And he says in Industry 4.0, the world lies at the intersection of disciplines. So I see that AI/ML will increasingly be looking at data across disciplines to see the next best offering.
Yes, I see it more or less the same. I see AI as the future, especially for predictive AI, to predict where you're going to be instead of reacting from something happening.
Maureen.
Yeah, I think it's because of the technology, the efficient way of integrating data in various industries and how you can utilize that as your basis for product offering and even cross-functional selling.
Wonderful. So I think we heard how the the granular level interactions would happen between maybe a humanoid bot and a bot, or humans and bot, right? We heard interdisciplinary sharing, best practices across functions, and across industries is what we hear. With that, I think I've been always looking at it from a skill and people perspective. So nothing much to add from my end. I think we've pretty much covered what we thought we should cover. But opening the floor to questions.
Morning, panel.
Hi.
I think we can all agree that data, power of analytics is going to be here to stay, and it has lots of benefits and obviously uses in different aspects of what we do as business. What I'm interested to hear from the panel is, what is your view with regards to leaders who are already so overwhelmed by a plethora of different issues? How can they most efficiently and effectively use analytics, whichever data models that are being churned for them, but how can they use that in a most efficient and effective way to be able to aid them in the decisions that they need to make for the organization that they lead? Thoughts on that?
I'll answer it. I'll go first. Very short answer. I love to learn from other people, and I had a great boss at one point of time, and he would ask everybody, tell me in one line what you want me to do with this. Tell me with one line how this is going to make my life better. And I think just the fact that he tuned us over the years to say, tell me in one line. I've now learned how to say things in one line. And I think that's a great page out of his book, that if leaders can ask verbose people, data analytics people, because data analytics people will come with 45 slides and each slide with some 300 alphabets and characters on it. One line. Tell me in one line what you want me to do and why. I think that is a great technique that leaders can use to figure out how to use data.
Sure. Rahul or Gitz? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to add to that I communicate in my mind. There are, of course, a million ways to roam. But in my mind, a communication plan is essential for anything you do, but also for implementing the data and your analysis of that. So if you can convince your co-workers that this is the way which is going to help you, yeah, and always ask yourself, what's in it for me from a lower perspective than yourself as a leader? I think that will gain trust and will help you cooperative with your personnel.
One more aspect that I would like to add is, how do you make the data presentable and available for different people at various levels in their hierarchy to take decisions? Not everybody needs access to every data. Probably you'll put more burden on them if you're just throwing analytics and data onto them. So which part of the organization, which based on their roles, based on what they need to do, how do you then make it available in the right form so that they can take decision? Because the operating word here is taking decisions and not to play around with data.
Yeah. Anyone else? Go ahead. Yeah.
So, listening to you all for the past 3 days, I was left wondering with a question which has been driving me over the years. So we all talk about disruptive technologies, AI or generative AI being one of them. And that is what we have been discussing in detail over these 3 years. As an entrepreneur, I look forward to moving ahead of the curve in order to create something which will attain sustainability or which will give me an impetus over my competitors. So when we are talking of generative AI, it's already in the market with people already acquiring necessary GPU from NVIDIA, and the market is already in a red ocean state right now, right? So I wanted to understand from you, because you guys are the leaders in your field, and how do you envision quantum computing with AI as a technology in the near future? Because AI too, even say 5 years back, seemed like a reality, not a reality, right? We were still thinking it's too futuristic. Today, it's the same with quantum computing. So I wanted to understand from you, like if adding AI today to business models, to a website that I was creating added AI to it, and it's getting funding. So it's as simple as that. So do I add QU or qubits.ai in the near future, and that becomes a game changer? So I would like to hear on that regard from all of you. Thanks again.
Great. I think personally, I feel AI is a buzzword that a lot of us are still trying to figure out what to do with, right, in our own ways. But let me open it up to the panel and see, what their thoughts are in their own areas. So either Shabin gets, Maureen, you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so first, I want to tell you, I know nothing about quantum computing. And I have no gumption about saying I don't know enough about it to be able to make that comment. But as I listened to you, I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I heard you saying, how can I stay ahead of the game and how can I use quantum computing and generative AI? That's the question?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then don't put the cart before the horse. First, think what you want to do. Then go look for it. For all you know, you might need blockchain, might not need quantum computing. There are so many technologies available out there. Liquid AI, cloud AI, there's some 18 different versions. The world is experimenting like crazy on AI. If you're going to go and run behind all of them now, you're going to go crazy. But thank you for telling me about, I know I've heard about quantum computing. I'm going to go and read up about it. So thanks for adding to my list of reading. But I would again say, first figure out what you want to do. There will be technology to make it happen. So don't let technology drive your business plan. Figure out what you want to make and then work backward from it.
I was talking this from a discussion point of view and not something that I would apply.
Okay.
This is just an understanding, like whether you, because you guys are the experts in AI, so I wanted to understand if you are thinking along those lines, wherein there is a marriage between quantum computing and AI, and the reality. Basically, what happens is when you marry quantum computing with AI, so AI gets powered or boosted by immense amount of computing power. So as it is, so it helps in say suppose training the models in AI, it takes time. So it reduces, say, what would take 3 months or 6 months to do, it would be done within a span of 3 days maybe. So what does that add? So I was trying to understand that from your perspective.
Yeah, let me add to what you are saying. You are perfectly right. Today, the quantum of data that we are generating and the quantum of analytics that's happening, you cannot continue to scale up till you have quantum computing and our ability to process the data and work on that data at a much larger and a much quicker level. So it's not that one will thrive without the other. I mean, one will require the other to be there. So quantum computing, of course, is more towards the technology side. What we are talking is more from the application side. How do you use the AI, etc., etc. But yes, that would be the backbone on which you will be able to derive, model some of these data much quicker and come to your decisions much faster.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think, okay.
Going back to data collection, how do we assure our target market, our target audience, for example, about data? Hello, yeah. it better? Okay, going back to data collection, how do we assure our target market, our target audience about data privacy, how we properly use the information we gather from them? That was interesting what Shabin shared about doing voice analytics. I wonder how that data is being collected. Do we get their opt-in for their voice to be recorded? And yeah, just to share, I recently had a smart switch installed in my house, but I didn't end up activating it through my phone because the app was asking me for so much information. So how do we address that apprehension?
Okay, so before we respond, can we also take the other questions? So we're showing up on time. So any other questions, we could kind of consolidate and respond.
So I'll answer you in one line. Yes, we
Right.
are ethical. Yes, we are compliant. But is everybody ethical and compliant? I don't think so.
Yeah, and trust me, I'm as skeptical and as scared as you are.
Right. Great. So I think we've had a great audience. Thanks everyone for the questions and for participating. And I think if I can maybe ask the panelists on stage to just share maybe a 10-second bite, each one of you, right? So what's your one mantra that we take back, looking into the future of what the topic for today is? Yeah? Maureen?
Okay, just to have an impactful data-driven decision, just remember the 4 A's: architecture, the data architecture, actionable insights, agility, and also accuracy of data.
Oh, it's...
Yeah, I think, so sorry, but I didn't hear your question.
No, any last thoughts that you have on closing note?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the thing I wanted to tell was the 5 elements, and if you have those in mind whenever you make a decision, I think you'll be quite far in your decision making.
Awesome, Shabin.
Whoever you are, company, individual, CEO, frontline, middle management, learn avidly, read, listen, figure out what's happening in the world. That's the paranoid will survive.
We might not have all the answers or the perfect answers. The idea is to experiment, to learn, to fall, to get up and learn again. Yeah, that's what we do.
Great. So the first two said there's a structure, so have the structure, but then still have some method to the madness, right? So with that, I think we close this panel. And by the way, 5 of us have decided to come up with a consulting firm, okay? I mean, in our own ways. So any of you, interested in our own ways, now you know who to reach out for sales, for AI models, finance, marketing, and people systems. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for the play.
Thank you to our panelists. A round of applause. How is everyone doing? No one's tired? Did anyone go partying last night? I mean, you're in Dubai, who knows? Yep. So just a suggestion, if you are feeling a little low on energy or trouble focusing, everyone here is equipped with a very, very powerful tool, and that is breath. 10 deep breaths is equal to 1 cup of coffee. That's what my yoga instructor says. So just a tip. And now we delve into our next topic, navigating board shareholder engagement strategies for building trust and aligning interests. How do we ensure boards and shareholders are on the same page? And can I please call upon our speakers to discuss further? Elizabeth Coper, founder and CEO of We Are Ludo Limited. Susan Al-Ghanam, Section Head Organizational Resilience and Business Continuity at Environmental Agency of Abu Dhabi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Again, for some of those of you who know me, and for those of you who don't know me, just introduce myself again. My name is Suzanne Ghanem. I work in the Environment Agency of Abu Dhabi for the past 13 years and going to 14th year, inshallah. And I do have an overall of 15 years of experience in the industry, like in the UAE in general. And like definitely I'm here during the conference and after the conference if anyone wants to reach out to me. Also, Elizabeth, if you can like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. So pleased and grateful to be here today. I am Elizabeth Cowper. I've had a career of 25 years in HR, during which time I've coached and managed and guided boards into top performance, not just for individuals, but for the company themselves. I now run my own company called Ludo, and we work with companies to drive cultures of inclusion and well-being. And I run an online community called the Ludo Collective, which I invite any of you to be part of, which is really supporting HR, DEI, and leaders to get the best performance from themselves and the company. So that's me. Thank you, Susan.
Well said, Elizabeth. Nice to finally meet you in person. So let's get down to business to try to inspire, our audience today. So basically our theme is navigating board stakeholder engagement strategies in order to build trust and align their key interests. So Elizabeth, in your opinion, what are the type of tools that we need to actually utilize, in order to engage with the board members? Like in your opinion, if you can just share with us from your experience of dealing with the board.
Yeah, of course. So bringing a board together is clearly critical to driving the strategy of an organization and how we communicate with the board holders, the board members within themselves, but also the external shareholders. That's kind of two different parts, I guess. I'm going to pick off the first bit around the actual board themselves and how they need to best communicate. Transparency is everything here. So creating spaces where each and every person at that board table has a view is really, really important. And it might sound obvious, but it's important for each board member to really pay attention to how each person is showing up in that board meeting. Are we hearing from each and every person? Is everybody having a voice? Are all of those people contributing and bringing their expertise? When you're working on a board, all those people are key experts in that area, and that diversity of thought and opinion is really massive for how we all communicate together. That's the verbal communication in the room. But outside of that boardroom, creating safe spaces, and I think we're going to talk about safe spaces shortly, we'll come back to that, but creating safe spaces for communication outside of the actual room, there are ways in which you can do that too. And then when we talk about communicating with external shareholders have put money into your business. These are people typically that have a vested interest literally in your company. They want to know what's going on. And in this, one of the key things that I think we can get very wrong is the cadence of communication. What I mean by that is that if you're giving a shareholder update and you send one and then not for 6 months and then one a week later, it's very confusing. Shareholders want regular communication on a cadence so they know exactly what and when to expect. And even the minutiae of the document itself that provides that investor shareholder update needs to be in the same order. So it's, for example, a summary first, and then it's the numbers, and then it's where are we on the strategy, it's the KPIs, the OKRs, so that if you regularly receive that document on a, let's say, monthly basis, you know exactly where to look first if there's a particular part of that that interests you and you require information on. Those shareholders also need to know they can approach you at any time to get information when they need it. So creating accessibility in communication, where if they want to pick up the phone and ask a question, there is somebody readily available to help give that information. So these are some of the ways in which we can really keep that communication open.
Wonderful, well said. And I just want to add, especially when it comes to board members, board member committee members are not only limited to private companies. This is also, it's branched out, it's applicable to government entities, local companies, across many like companies, like, I believe, depending on the size of the organization and the stakeholders who actually, like you mentioned, have invested, into the business itself. And so basically here, let's go dive into creating, you've mentioned about creating that safe space. Does that safe space include, okay, aside from transparency, sharing the information, how much information can be shared between the board members and the shareholders, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm just going to take the first part on creating a safe space, because I think we should dive into that a little bit more. That safe space in the boardroom, and I like that you picked up on private versus public companies. There are boards in private companies, they may not have external shareholders, but they will have stakeholders. So many of these things we're talking about today will transcend across both types of those companies. But this safe space piece is huge. I said I have a background in HR, so psychological safety and belonging and how we drive that culture in companies has been a huge part of my career. And the safe space piece is what fundamentally sits under all of that. It underpins all of it. Unless people can feel safe to be in true, full expression of self, they will not perform to their best. And a lot of the work we do at Ludo is around this. It's the intersection of inclusion and well-being and how they come together. So when we translate that into, board and shareholder engagement, each and every member of that board must feel a sense of belonging and psychological safety to be in full expression. And for that board to perform at their optimum and drive that strategy to success, it is so important that each person can feel they can step forward and share what they need to share. And that safe space comes through inviting each member to speak, ensuring those people can have a voice and can take actionable steps to fulfill their mission in the role that they do. And so that individual mission is as important as the collective group of the board and how they work together. And I have seen it in organizations where somebody might be shut down or pushed back or spoken to in a way that shuts them down, and then we've instantly lost that gem of knowledge that person could have shared with that group, which can be really demotivating and demoralizing for the board. So that's a key part. And I invite anyone in this room who sits on a board and notices there's someone in the room who potentially isn't speaking to turn around and say, give me your thoughts, and just really invite that safe space for everyone to show up in their best self.
Mostly, like in these board meetings, normally you need to have, a moderator, kind of like a moderator who's completely neutral to make sure that these meetings are being monitored and to avoid, any toxic, the toxic environment itself, if that was actually identified during the meeting, so they don't have to jump out of the main points of the conversation or the agenda itself, because board meetings today are more focused on, strategic visions, of the organizations, and as well as the vision of, depending on the countries, for example, in the United Arab Emirates, we do have the board of directors, their highnesses, who are actually the board of directors in the UAE in general. And then for every organization, every organization has its own board members, or what we call top management members, where basically that they need to align that kind of vision, of the country, and then escalating down to be able to achieve, their main scope and the agenda according to the vision's country. So, Elizabeth, in your opinion, to be part of this board member, is there a recruitment criteria or requirement or process in order for any personnel wants to join the board member himself or the shareholder?
Absolutely. Recruiting for a board member is one of the most costly processes you might undertake in a business, and the cost of getting it wrong is really enormous. There's a kind of a stat which has got detailed stat behind it, but typically it's 1.5 to 2 times a person's salary when you churn talent in a business. So you can imagine a board member salary, you get that wrong, it's a huge cost to the business financially, but also for a public business, it doesn't look great. You know, when you hire someone and then they leave shortly afterwards. So there are many reasons why it is worth really committed investment in getting this right. So when you recruit a board member, before you even get into the process of recruitment, the board, and I would absolutely invite shareholders to be part of this discussion, is to talk about where there may be an expertise gap in that board. So what does this board need to truly perform at its best? And potentially you're looking for a financial expert, let's say, on that board, and maybe you've had the financial expert leave. So you might think you're recruiting for a like-for-like replacement. You're not. Look at what was missing in the outgoing person and discuss and analyze and make sure that's very clear on what you look for when you go out to market to recruit that new board member. And that really, really matters. So get that right. Then, depending on how you recruit that person, it could be a search firm, for example, but identify your partner and really do your DD. Get your due diligence right on that partner that's going to help you recruit for that person, because you can lose valuable time in going down a recruitment process where typically in a search firm you've already paid a third up front, and then find that isn't the right partner for you. So that's also really important. Get each member of the board to meet this candidate when you're ready to take them to the next stage. So it's the pre-selection, then the next stage, and ask shareholders to meet them. At this stage, if there is multiple people in the interview process, this is completely normal. It's absolutely right, and you want the diversity of opinion, feedback, questioning to really dive deep on whether this is the right person to join your board. There are other ways in which you can look at the right culture, team, and personality fit around values. So whether it's psychometric testing, strengths finder reports, there's many tools out there. Identify one that's right for your business, and then use that as a tool to finalize your decision-making process. You don't ever lead with that, but it comes later down the line to help you identify that you're recruiting the right person. And I just want to add here the real importance of diversity on boards. And this is a topic that's more important than ever. But we know, there's a report by McKinsey, that boards who have more diversity are 15% more profitable. So not just is it good for business, but it's good for bringing in diversity of thought, ideas, values, leadership, and different ways of bringing things to the table. Now, we all have bias. Everyone in this room carries bias. It's innately in each one of us from our values, our upbringing, who we are. We all have it. And catching yourself in that moment when you want to recruit somebody who feels like you unconsciously in the room, and you might connect with them because they're like you, that's your moment to ask yourself, is this the right candidate? Or actually, do I need somebody who challenges me, stretches me, and who can bring a diversity of thinking to the boardroom? And it's really, really critical that we consider that diversity lens, which brings far more creative thinking to the boardroom.
Wonderful. So that's basically the process of the recruitment. Is there a process in case if basically one or a few of the members of the board steps down or is voted out? What would be that process itself? Is there like a backup plan in terms of replacing, or God forbid something happened to one of the members where basically the member, that specific member, was not able to be present to share his or her vision or knowledge or ideas during the meeting itself? Is there a process for that?
That's a great question, and I can think about a real example where this happened. And I think it depends how it happens. And what I mean by that is that there may be an incident where you know this person's exiting and you have time to prepare. That's your best case scenario. But it can also happen incredibly suddenly. And I've experienced this in a business where I was in, where there was actually a misconduct related issue. I won't name the business or the person, of course, for confidentiality, but that person had to exit relatively quickly. And in that process, we had probably a matter of hours to think about the communication. And if you are a public company, this is even more difficult to manage. So from that moment, if that's a short-term crisis, it's crisis talks immediately. You bring everybody in who needs to be involved, and you talk about the press release and how this will be managed in the press for a public business. And the reputation management of that business in that moment needs to be managed in the right way. And we all know that many of the things you might read in the press about an exiting board member may not give the whole truth, because there is spin involved, of course. But it's about managing it for both parties to ensure we protect the business and the individual in the right way. But that depends on the exit reason, of course. And during those crisis talks, you will talk about responsibility, who owns what, your inter-business continuity discussion at that point. And there should be, anyway, for a public board, a business continuity plan, which would have been in place before. Any public board needs that if they have external shareholders. For a private business, it's a little bit more simple, because you don't have such stringent frameworks in place and risk management processes that need to be there. But either way, immediate crisis chats, getting your comms right, and then considering the comms internally and externally. And they will be worded slightly differently. And that's deliberate, to manage your employees in the company for their own safety in that business and their sense of belonging, also for external people if it's a public business.
So basically, my next question to you is, how do we align the strategic interests of the board members, and link it to the organizational vision, mission, and vision? If I would love to hear your ideas, and you can share your knowledge, in terms of what are the way of communications between the board of members, towards the organization, like from top, bottom, and bottom up.
In terms of how they're all aligned to drive the strategy and mission, yeah, of course. So if we talk about the board, there needs to be KPIs, OKRs, milestones in place that you're focusing on. And with any strategy, it may be 3 to 5 years out, but we know you manage that in chunks. So it'd be, what are we doing in the next 3 months, the next 6 months? And having those in place and constantly reviewing that we're on track to achieve the strategy for the board is really important, and will form part of that comms document that we talked about at the beginning, of how you then communicate within that board and to your external shareholders. But keeping the board on track and aligned to that mission, whether there is a vesting schedule for shares or there are specific bonuses linked directly to company and individual performance, these are ways to align that board to not just financially incentivize them, but have people truly engaged with what they're achieving for that business. Those are much more measurable when it comes to financial metrics, but there are behaviors within that organization that I encourage any board and team to look at. How does that leader cascade to their own specialist division? How does that leader behave in the business to lead and bring the company on the journey? So there are some sort of, you've got quantitative and qualitative assessments here. But if those metrics are reviewed regularly in that board cadence, we know we're on track. We're keeping the mission and the vision alive of where we're going.
Well, I have a last question. It's actually a two-part question. Do you feel like these board meetings are effective, and how can we make them effective?
I love this question. I think it's easy to show up in the boardroom, sit down, have your board meeting and leave. That is the weeniest part of strategically planning really strong board meetings. Before every board meeting, there must be an agenda. And that agenda can't be sent 20 minutes before the meeting starts. It needs to be sent out at least, in my view, 5 days before the meeting to allow people to prepare for their individual part of that board meeting. If there's reading material, maybe a paper has been released that's relevant to your industry sector, send it in advance so each board member can then read that paper and prepare and be ready. Within that agenda, having broken down time slots, like we have for today at the conference, of the time zone for each section of that board meeting allows you to keep on track and not just cover 2 points and realize you've missed, the rest of the meeting. And then you touched on this earlier, but having a chair or somebody in the room who can not just minute take, but document actions, take down those minutes, make notes of things that come up, identify who is taking which action and on which timescale. So it's all well saying this person does this, by when? Let's really have accountability for each person in that boardroom. So these are all critical frameworks of having a really strong board meeting. Aligning when the next meeting is, when the communication will be sent when we talked about the regular cadence to the shareholders, but also internally. If you are a private business and you're having regular board meetings, do we communicate to the wider business in town halls or in stand-ups or in team meetings? What's the output? And this is a really important point that can be easily missed. If you imagine you're one of the employees in a company and that board sits in a room once a month, you might be thinking, what are they talking about? What's going on in this business? Is my role safe? Where are we going? Are we on track? So that internal communication piece that falls out of a board meeting is also really important. And having effective stakeholder management, risk management, there's a stat by Deloitte that says that boards with effective risk management and shareholder management have 50% higher returns. So again, there's a cost to getting this right.
Wonderful. I kind of feel like I do have one more question. Do you feel like it can be challenging for the board members to meet the expectations, of the agenda that's being presented to them?
Yeah, I do. And I also think it depends on the personality. And of course, as we said, we want diversity on boards. You're going to have introverts, extroverts. You're going to have people who are perfectionists, and you're going to have people that go with the flow, and all of those dynamics are in the room. And we want all those dynamics in the room, by the way, because those different ways of working and thinking is what helps us all grow to be better people. So where you've got an introvert who might be, let's take the scenario of an introvert who's a really detail-orientated and dives in the minutiae, they might feel quite anxious in that room of, but we haven't covered this and we didn't go deep on that. How do we bring that out? So I think the individual personalities of that board is sometimes what's challenging for them all to feel safe and connected in that room.
So basically you have a bit of alpha in these board meetings and other personalities that definitely can be challenging. Well, we basically have, we only have 6.5 minutes, so we basically leave, an opportunity for the audience to ask any questions to myself or to Elizabeth, related to the theme of today's discussion. So, any questions? We hope we didn't bore anyone to death. We have a question.
Just a quick question. What are your thoughts on the CEO of the company himself or herself being a part of the board? Because it does happen in a lot of cases. And personally, I feel sometimes it may skew the agenda at times if the CEO himself or herself is a part of the board. So what's your take? Is this a good practice to have the CEO on the board or perhaps not a very good practice? Thank you.
So just to clarify the question, so I make sure I answer it, so the question is about having the CEO on the board and what my views are about that.
Right, correct.
Yes, I think again, it's interesting and depends on the private or public business scenario. It's actually really valuable that you've brought this up because we should have maybe clarified this at the beginning. A board can be different things. So you can have an advisory board, let's say, on a big public company where some of them might be NEDs, it might not be part of that business, but they're still on the board. And then you might have a board, which is the board that leads the company, and that can mean a public or a private business. And then you might have the advisory board that sits alongside that board that runs the company. Sorry if I'm talking in riddles. So in answer to the CEO being on the board, 100% the CEO must be on the board. And that's on the board that runs the company. Because those decision-making processes that are formulated in that room, that CEO is the leader, the driver, the initiator, the power at the top of that business to bring all those voices together. And that would be typically a more private business. And then in a public business, you will have the same thing, but you may also have additional board members who are in an advisory capacity, and maybe they meet on a specialist area, and the CEO might not sit in that room. But there should be a rolled up cadence of communication to that CEO. So I think where it's a board that runs the company, 100% yes, the CEO should be in the room.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions?
Elizabeth, I thought that statistic about having 15% of boards that have 15%, oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, boards with diversity have a 15% higher success rate than those that aren't. I'm curious, the term diversity can be interpreted in so many different ways. And quite often, we've seen examples of companies embracing diversity for the sake of embracing diversity or for that sake of that headline. How and where do you feel leaders can actually make that clear distinction between actually embracing and bringing in diversity for the good of the board and for the business versus putting a diverse individual in there because it provides good optics? What are the thoughts around that?
That's a really good question, and a lot of the work we do at Ludo is around this space. Controversial. I don't believe in quotas. I don't think it's the right way to run a business. And if you are adding a diverse employee or an employee from a marginalized group to your board to tick a box, it's completely the wrong reason to be doing it. And that might shock some people to say that, but I'm going to tell it how it is. For me, you can create diversity on boards through bringing in diverse knowledge, talent, and that may be somebody from a marginalized group. There are ways in which you can do that. There are great systems. There's one called Applied that we partner with at Ludo, where they remove education, name, and age from CVs. So you're looking at CV only on the experience of that candidate. And the statistics that sit behind it will blow your mind in terms of how much more diversity comes into a business when you remove name, age, and education. So being mindful of our bias in that process is massive. And where we are going down the route of positively trying to create a diverse board through a quota, for example, if we're going down that route and we're adding our own bias to it, we will typically make decisions that aren't actually necessarily going to be right for the business. So removing barriers to entry for people who might otherwise have been discounted is really important. When you dive into that stat from McKinsey, we know that boards that have 30% women perform better, for example. So there are some places where we need to begin at the bottom of the organization to create rungs of leadership as those businesses grow up to reach the top. So creating diversity on boards can be created from inside the company and from recruiting outside by removing, where possible, the lens of bias to create diversity of thought. Does that answer the question? So, yeah, thank you.
Just to add to what you said, sometimes, having these board meetings, the environments are completely different than what we are actually used to in each of our organizations. We do have, meeting with the top management on an operation level, on a strategic level. So the higher you go in these committees and committees and committees, the board meetings are, if you agree with me, are completely cutthroat. There is no room for sensitivity. It's basically trying to address the issues that requires to be resolved. And it's taken on a really, really serious note. Sometimes these board meetings might last like half a day, depending on the agenda itself that needs to be addressed. So, basically, again, there's no room for to think about or to put, it's always putting your feelings aside just to ensure and focus on the reputation of the organization. I think that's practically it. And
can I jump in on one point on that? Sorry. I know it says time's up, but this is really important.
Yes.
I invite you all, I won't go into it now, just to Google heart-led leadership. I want to bring emotion back into the boardroom because you're right, it's an emotionless space, and I deeply believe we need to bring heart-led leadership back. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Time's up. Thank you guys for listening to us, and we are here. You know, during the conference, you can reach out to us. If we're not physically here, you can still reach out to us through LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers. All right, now we are excited to transition to a very special segment of the CXO 2.0 conference. It is the recognition session. Now it's time to celebrate our heroes and our leaders. Is everyone ready? I know some of you are ready to get your awards, so I'm going to start. Can we please have Vishal Ogra, the founder of... Can we please welcome Kunal Ogra, the founder of Visionaries, to the stage to award the awardees? Is Kunal here? Sorry, Kunal could not be here. Apologies. So we have his partner, Mohammed Mutawe, to do the honors. Let's give a round of applause as we prepare to recognize and celebrate our leaders today. Are you ready? Okay, our first leadership award goes to Vishal Pathak. Vishal Pathak, the director at InterContinental Money PLC, boasts of over 2 decades of expertise in business development and strategy, credited with spearheading high-impact campaigns leading to substantial revenue growth. Our next Leadership Excellence Award goes to Alexander Wer. Alexander's not here, no issues. Moving on. And the next award goes to Alison Montebello. Congratulations, Alison. Alison is the founder of Montebello Wellness LLP, is an empathetic entrepreneur passionate about connecting inner and outer environments. She inspires visionaries with emotional intelligence, encouraging personal and professional growth.
Hi everyone. I want to say thank you to CXO for the recognition of all of us. It's really important to be recognized. And I'm here just to say on behalf of my company is to remember your dreams, because that is what you're here for.
I like that. And our next Leadership Excellence Award goes to Andrea Stefano Danasini. Congratulations. Andrea is the CEO of Moveo Services SPA. With a background in electronic engineering and a passion for innovation, he has transformed Moveo Services into a global SaaS partner, blending human expertise with cutting-edge technology to deliver unparalleled solutions worldwide.
Hi, I'd like to thank you, my family, and my colleague and founder, Eduardo, for this journey from the last 8 years in which we developed a real good journey for us. Thank you very much, and thank you, CXO.
Congratulations. Thank you. Now, our next awardee could not be here, but she has sent a virtual video. Crystal Marshall. Crystal Marshall is the Chief Strategy Officer of Aladris Advocates and Legal Consultants, and is a results-driven marketing, business development, and integration catalyst for over 25 years. Can we see the video? Oh, sorry, there's no video. Moving on. Our next award goes to Alina Buriani. Alina is a CEO and co-founder of Elia Growing People, is a certified executive coach with a background in HR and diverse experiences, including as a professional dancer and musical therapist. She advocates for sustainable leadership and inclusive corporate ecosystems.
I want to really thank you, CXO, for recognizing me for the Outstanding Leadership Award. And I want to first thank my son that with his diversity taught me how each and any of us, we have a fantastic, amazing leader within. And that our duty as parents and leaders is to nurture the leadership within every people we meet. I want to dedicate this prize to you. Please keep discovering your leader within, never end, and make sure you impact every people around you, and make sure you make of your life and your mission create an amazing impact in the world. We can only achieve this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next Leadership Excellence Award goes to Elizabeth Copper. Congratulations. Elizabeth is the founder and CEO of Ludo. She has been listed as one of the 10 most futuristic business women pioneering innovation 2022 and top 5 unstoppable women leaders to watch for in 2023. And our next leadership award goes to George Kavallakis. George is recognized as one of the top 100 leaders in global healthcare in 2019. George Kavallakis is the CEO and founder and cloud and security expert of Blacktrack Consulting Limited and is an international speaker and business consultant. And it is his birthday today as well. So happy birthday, George.
Thank you all for this award. And yes, today is my birthday. So this amazing award and amazing moment to be here. So thank the organization and of course all of you for being here. Thank you once again.
Happy birthday once again and congratulations. Now our next leadership award goes to Glenn Thomas. Glenn is a Chief Commercial Officer of 7CI Technologies, is a technology and cybersecurity SME, and is recognized as one of the top 50 technology influencers in the Middle East and recipient of a Cyber Sentinel Award on multiple occasions.
Thank you very much for the recognition and the award. I think a leader is the construct of all the experiences and people that have affected them and they've learnt from.
over the course of their career. And a leader can be anyone from a grey beard like myself to a very young person who's teaching others diversity. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be up here, and thank you for the award.
Thank you. And our next Excellence Leadership Award goes to Hamoudi Najami. That's okay, moving on. Do we have Kamran Khan in the house? Yes, we do. Congratulations. Kamran is the COO of Arabian Entertainment Company Limited, and he's a senior hospitality executive with 20 years of experience in the restaurant, cafe, and hotel industries. He is also recognized for his contributions to leading publications such as Forbes and CEO Insights.
Thank you, CXO 2.0, the panelists. It's lovely always being here. Thank you all my colleagues, my friends, my family, and definitely above all, my parents for helping me become who I am today. Thank you.
And our next leadership award goes to Kuram AR. Congratulations. Kuram is a dynamic professional with nearly 30 plus years of experience in the areas of P&L, operations, customer relationships, business development, and team management. Currently is the Senior Vice President and Business Head at B2C Solutions, a 360 Nautica WLL group company in Doha.
Alhamdulillah. Thanks to CXO, thanks to my family, thanks to my colleagues, all of my team members, because without them, I would not be here. Definitely each one has contributed to where I am today. And I would really like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for their wonderful insights. I am just taking my first step into an entrepreneurial journey. And this session has definitely helped me, given me a lot of insights on that. And I hope to be back again next year. Thank you.
Our next leadership award goes to Lara Kloosterbeer Westervellen. She's not here in the house, but we've got her virtually. We've got a video from her. Now, Lara is a founder and CEO of the Life Curators, and is also a member of the Worldwide Women's Association. Can we see the video?
Hello, everyone at the CXO 2.0 conference in Dubai. I deeply regret not being able to be there in person to accept this award. I want to express my sincere gratitude for this recognition on behalf of our entire team at the Life Curators. It is an honor to be recognized for our contribution to driving business growth in our industry. This award would not have been possible without the hard work and dedication of each member of our team. I thank everyone for their commitment and their continued effort. This award inspires us to continue to innovate and lead in our sector. We are committed to facing future challenges and working tirelessly to achieve even greater success. Thank you again for the recognition. I look forward to continuing to collaborate with all of you in the near future. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. See you soon.
Our next Leadership Excellence Award goes to Mohammed Hunain Khurshid. Congratulations. Mr. Khurshid is the Senior Executive of Finance and Strategy with a keen focus on financial strategy and a passion for driving results. He is committed to delivering excellence in all aspects of his work. the next award goes to Mary L. Jones. Mary is the CEO and founder of Agora Housing Services in Chicago. With a visionary approach to budgeting and strategies, Mary encourages families to consider their future housing needs.
Well, this is always an honor just to have an opportunity to just talk about a passion of our financial literacy in our communities and our families and our children, because that is a foundation that allows us to accomplish much. So I really appreciate this honor and this ability to be able to be here and share everything that everyone out there has to share with us so that we can be what we're supposed to be. Thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Our next leadership award goes to Dr. Mohammed Marikar. Dr. Mohammed is an accomplished academic and unit head at Mala's Senior Management Level 2 banker at Bank Dhofar and boasts for over 25 years of banking expertise. Unfortunately, he is not here to receive his award, but we've got a video.
Hi everyone, my name is Navisha Hemachandran and welcome to CXO Conference 2.0 and Education Conference 2.0. First, a little bit about myself. I have been in the Middle East, born and raised in the Sultanate of Oman. I was educated in Sri Lankan School, Muscat, and graduated with a first class from Majan University College in Computer Sciences. I then went on to doing my master's at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura Postgraduate Institute of Management, where I became the valedictorian and the batch topper. All in all of this drove me towards my passion and a cornerstone of today's society, education. And that's where my passion in my vocation started off as a teacher. For the past 11 years, I have been working for United Private Schools here in the Sultanate of Oman. At United Private School, under the patronage of Her Excellency Aga Al-Ismaili, the school has grown globally and made sure that we give our students a world-class education. So this brings us to a very finer point on what my study and how all of us educators, policymakers have gathered here today to study about education, technology, and collaboration. Education is the foundation for all of us. And here in the Middle East, education goes hand in hand with this beautiful tradition. And with this tradition, we are joining hands with technology and coming up with the latest innovation and technology. These kind of conferences provide us the correct platform to join hands and collaborate to make sure that we drive the future towards a very prosperous tomorrow. Part of my studies is education management and its application to AI and how our students and all educational stakeholders can better collaborate with technology. So come, join hands with me as we not only look into the education sector, I am also looking into financial studies and banking sector to see how we can shift the paradigm of leveraging technology, educating youngsters, educating ourselves for a better promise and better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
That's one cool boat in the background. Our next award goes to Muhammad Harris Farouk. Currently working as Senior Manager, Strategy Formulation and Execution at Sia National Automotive. company, Mohammed Haris Farouk has over 16 years of experience in organizational strategic planning and performance management. I don't think Mr. Farouk is here today. Yeah, no, he's not. Okay, moving on. Our next award goes to Noemi Zendla. Is Noemi in the house? Our next award goes to Ravi Kumar Nara. Congratulations. Ravi is the chairman of RK Group of Companies and is the first Dalit entrepreneur from southern India to receive the Padma Shri in 2014. With a humble background, he's now a respected leader in social service, providing jobs to 900 individuals and serving as the national working president of DICCI.
Thank you for the team of CXO 2.0 Dubai. I dedicate this award to my parents and my team who has been instrumental in making and shaping me to this level. And I'm a first generation entrepreneur. My parents, my father was a mason and my mother was working in households. And today, because of their efforts, I could able to reach to the level of from poverty to receiving the Padma Shri awardee, 4th highest civilian award of the country. I represent the organization called DICKI, that is Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which works towards the developing entrepreneurship among the marginalized society, that is scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, recognized by the Constitution of India. And we represent the population of more than 37 crores of Indian population, that is 1/4 of the Indian population. And we are shifting the minds of the people from job seekers to job givers and empowering them through entrepreneurship and making them to the taxpayers of the country. So this is the work what we are doing as an organization, and this organization is founded by my colleague Mr. Padma Shri Dr. Milind Kamble from Maharashtra, and we have completed 18 years of journey and we are entering the 19th year of journey. And thanks for everybody to giving the platform to communicate with you all. Thank you very much.
And our next leadership award goes to Seema Flower. Seema in the house? No Seema in the house? Oh, she's coming virtually. Okay. So Seema Flower is the managing director of Blind Ambition, has transformed disability awareness in customer service over 25 years using her insights as a blind woman. A successful entrepreneur and careers advisor, she manages her ventures with only 2% vision, earning a clothes for her contributions to inclusivity. Can we see a video? She sent a video.
Hello everybody, my name is Seema Flower and I'm the Managing Director for Blind Ambition. I'm really grateful and honoured to have received the Outstanding Leadership Award by CXO 2.0 Conferences. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'd like to say that I'm really pleased that I've been recognised for the work that we do in the disability sector, in the fact that, you know, so many people with disabilities are not employed globally. I'd like to thank the people that I've collaborated with in working in the UK, people like the RNIB, TPT, Thomas Pocklin Trust, Guide Dogs for the Blind, and the Shaw Trust. It's really important that we celebrate the work that is done in this field. It's very much needed, and we need to continue to build our awareness around disability, inclusion and employment globally. Disability is not just a problem of the individual who's got the disability, it's our problem. We need to work together to normalise it. I'm registered blind with 2% vision, and I've been running my own businesses now for over 25 years. And I've also had the struggles of actually looking for jobs and not being selected at interview because I disclosed I had a disability. So if anybody is actually looking to make their services more inclusive to people with disabilities, and remember the purple pound, which is the spending power of disabled people, is in excess of £2.7 billion. So let's not leave this group of customers out of our service. Please contact us at sema@blindambition.co.uk if you'd like to work with us. We can help you with bespoke training packages, virtual or in person. Thank you so much.
Lovely. Our next leadership award goes to Shanitra Chandra Segran. Dr. Shanitra is the CEO of Curist Consulting, a business management consultancy that helps organizations, brands, and executive leaders unleash potential through executive coaching, organizational management solutions, and building transformative strategies fit for the future.
Hello everyone, it's been really an amazing few days. For me, I always say leadership is not what you do, but leadership is who you become and how you touch everyone you meet in this world. So for me, this achievement is really a milestone in my personal journey of leadership. And likewise, I wish you all in this room great success too. Thank you very much to CXO 2.0.
Our next leadership award goes to Upendra Quinim. Now, Dr. Upendra Quinim serves as the Chief Quality Officer at Clybeck Life Sciences, Saudi Arabia, with headquarters in Switzerland and Belgium. He unfortunately could not be with us here today, but yes, he has also sent a video. Can we see that?
Hi, this is Dr. Upendra Quinim, Group Chief Quality Officer, Clybeck Life Sciences, Saudi Arabia. We are manufacturers of vaccine, agri-pesticides, veterinary drugs, and also public health drugs. I'm very happy to know that I have been awarded for the CXO conference, CXO 2. I thank the organizers. I know that it is a great privilege to be awarded at CXO 2. Their selection process very stringent. They look at all parameters, and I have been selected for my contribution in healthcare for nearly 40 years. It's a moment of being happy and satisfied as well as humbled to be awarded along with all other scientists, leaders, and all technocrats. Thank you very much, CXO organizers. Wish you many more successful events, and my support and encouragement will always be there. Congratulations to all the other leaders and winners. We are all proud of you. Thank you. I couldn't attend the event because of some job necessities at my end. So all the best, have a successful event, and I'm sure it will be grand as usual. Thank you.
Moving on, our next leadership award goes to Alexander Worth. Is Alexander here? Yes. Alexander is the managing partner of Blended Experience. He is a seasoned professional with a successful track record in various business and IT leadership roles within the financial services industry. Congratulations, Alexander.
for this great honor, CXO 2 conference. I want to thank foremost my family, my friends, and my colleagues who support me every day in my everyday doings and who enable me to perform at that level where I'm performing. My special thanks go to my mentor, Professor Harley Cromer from the University of Bern, who taught me in my EMBA basic steps and important steps to become a better leader, to become a better servant, and to progress. Thank you very much also for this beautiful conference.
Our next award goes to Tamer Al-Sayed. Dr. Tamer is the Senior Director of Finance at Future Investment Initiative. He has been recognized for his excellence in finance, receiving the Global 200 Power Leaders in Finance 2023 Award and the Excellence in Finance Leaders 2023 Award. He's a member of the AFP-MEA FP&A Advisory Council, as well as one of the top 50 CFOs. Unfortunately, he could not be here with us, but we've got a video.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Tamer Al-Sayed, the CFO at the Future Investment Initiative Institute located in Riyadh, KSA. The FII Institute is a global non-for-profit foundation driven by data with an investment arm, and one agenda is to have an impact on humanity. Global and inclusive, we foster great minds from around the world and turn ideas into real-world solutions in 4 critical areas: AI and robotics, education, healthcare, and sustainability. Today, I'm really humbled and honored to accept the Outstanding Leadership Award at the CXO 2.0 conference. Leadership, in my eyes, is a journey rather than a destination. It is about the lives we touch, the teams we build, and the legacy we leave behind. This award, while a remarkable personal milestone, is a testament to the collective spirit of those who have shared in this journey. Mentors, colleagues, family, and of course, friends. I want to say a huge thanks to the CXO 2.0 conference for this honor. It means a lot. It means a lot to me. And it reminds me that being a leader comes with a big job. To be honest, to help others grow, and to get people excited about what they can do. I'll keep this award closed as a reminder to always try and make a difference, no matter where I am or what I'm doing. Finally, a big thank you to all of you from the bottom of my heart. Have a nice day. See you.
Now, there are a few recipients who could not be here to receive their awards. Paris Taylor, CEO and founder of People's Guild, Dr. Zolt Kubechka, CEO and owner of 10X Leaders, Tosin Shabukola, CFO of Apricount Solutions, Shaji Mahuddin, Senior Business Development Manager at L&T Technology Services, and lastly, Eva Haberman, CEO and founder of Fantalim. They could not be here, but we will be sending their awards to them. But congratulations to everyone who is here and also not here. Your dedication and leadership have truly shown through. Now, Mohammed, thank you so much. I would like for everyone who's received an award to come on stage with their awards for a group photograph, and then afterwards you can go for your well-deserved lunch break. Just a reminder to be back here at 1:30. We will be starting our second half of these sessions. We've got lots more panel discussions and keynote speakers ahead. So do come back at 1:30. Hello, welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch and some sun and some fresh air. Yes? Lovely. Okay, before we get on to our next panel discussion, I would like to call out a leadership award that didn't get given. So can I please call upon stage Mr. Sami Najami to receive his Leadership Excellence Award from CXO 2.0 conference. Now, Mr. Najami serves as the Vice President of Sami Najami, a premier one-stop shop for steel projects. All right, moving on to our next session. Now, have you guys wondered or pondered what corporate leadership might look like with some precision and discipline of military strategies? That's so interesting, eh? Now, our next topic is chain of command. Chain of command, applying military leadership principles in the corporate world. Can I please call on stage our panelists? Ahmed Khan, Head of Marketing and Strategy Advisor from Next Generation Corporate Services. Mr. Pranil Nandekar, Partner at Recreate HR Solution. Glenn Thomas, Chief Commercial Officer at 7CI Technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nashpreet, for the introductions. I did promise her that it would be very interesting when I was listening to a conversation that she was had, and I shouldn't have been listening into, but it's an old military habit. As mentioned, my name is Glenn Thomas. I won't do a full intro yet, but our topic today is chain of command, how we can apply military leadership principles into the corporate world. And I think you all find it rather interesting. We're going to make it even more interesting, hopefully, by not just sitting down, because I think we're all walkers when we talk, and so we'll go along and stroll along the stage. I'll ask Pranil and then Ahmed to introduce themselves, and then I'll come back to me and start on the topic. Pranil.
Hello. Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. We are as lazy as you guys can feel after the lunch. So thank you so much for being here and giving us this opportunity to speak, share our experience on this beautiful topic. And this is really close to our hearts. We feel that military practices in corporate lives are difficult, but not as much as we think. We need to start with somewhere. So I am sure that my fellow colleagues here are going to share a lot of good stuff on this topic. But I'll be sharing some more practical experiences.
Could you just introduce yourself first, and then we'll come back?
But we do have some, proof of concepts that, we have started. And yeah, just to give you an idea that I've completed my 128th day today, following these practices. So I'm going to share that perspective as well. In this meanwhile, we can have Ahmed sir, who's going to speak to you about his experiences, and then we can have a good Q&As together, and let's have the interactive sessions on this topic. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ahmed, could you introduce yourself and give some background on you as well?
So good afternoon, everybody. I hope you guys had a good lunch. My name is Ahmed. What I do is I create market entry strategies, and I help our clients with marketing and introducing their brands effectively into the UAE market. We help them set up and go through the process of getting licensed, having the correct visas and open bank accounts. And whilst we are helping our clients doing that, we are helping them with defining their operational guidelines, advising them on the regulatory requirements. So when this topic came to me, I thought, you know what, we need to try this, because we work with so many different organizations and so many different types of leadership styles, especially when you're in Dubai. It's such a dynamic place. We have people and business owners from more than 200 countries, all being entrepreneurial. That's the vibe of the city of Dubai. Once you come here, you land here, you know, you gotta be part of this fabric, and you have to be part of this beautiful city. So I think we'll let Glenn, command the panel, and we'll follow as lieutenants.
And that's not because I'm a greybeard. So hi, my name is Glenn Thomas. I'm Australian, and that means I have two impediments. One, I have a strong accent, and two, I talk really fast, so I am trying very hard not to. I have lived here in the region, Dubai and Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the last 8 years. I am a career expat, which means I grew up overseas and have only lived in my home country through various aspects or parts of my career. As a bit of background, I have worked in government and private enterprise. I've had 4 of my own companies, be that in the professional services area. I actually started the very first outsourced company in Australia for security vetting and co-wrote the Australian New Zealand standards for employment screening. I've also had 2 tech companies, one in data mining and text mining, and the other in biometrics, in facial recognition and other biometrics into the financial sector, where we used a lot of AI and machine learning as well. My current role is as the Chief Commercial Officer at 7CI, where I help our company build and understand our market strategies and our products and services. You might ask, how does that qualify me to talk on this subject of military leadership principles in the corporate world? Well, I'm lucky enough to come from a multi-generational military family. And by that, I mean, as far back as I can remember, there has been at least 1 to 2 to 3 people from any part of my family in one of the services in the military. And that includes me. I spent 13 years in the Australian Army. I was mainly in the satellites and technology electrician and technician. I then was teaching junior leaders, and prior to leaving the Defence Forces, I was a geopolitical threat risk analyst. My focus now, and has been for a long time, is in information security, threat intelligence, risk, and leadership. I'm also an executive coach, which is something I really, really enjoy. You might see me walking around with this as well. And one of the things that I always learnt, or we had a saying in the military, is that there are 6 Ps for life. In fact, there are 7, but I won't tell you what the 7th is. And they are prior, preparation, and planning prevents poor performance. And I have people watching on the video at the moment, and I think they were very anxious. I might have said the 7th one as well, but I didn't. But what are the military principles? In today's world where we talk about data-driven decisions and research, if you go on to Dr. Google or Google and search military principles, it will come up with anything from 3 to 19 that I found, and everything in between of what military principles are. But to me, I think they boil down to 3. And I'll list what those are, and then I'll come back a little bit, and then we can talk about it too, of what they actually mean in a corporate perspective. And if anyone has ever read the 5 a.m. Club, they have a flow, all right? And flow is really important. So to me, in my humble opinion, the 3 principles are mission, being mission focused, having a decentralized command structure, and have disciplined initiatives. So let's boil that down a little bit. Mission focus. What is a mission focus in a corporate perspective? Well, that's our strategy, all right? And in both the military and a corporate area, we have to decide and have a very clear understanding of what our mission, our strategy is. And that needs to be very well communicated and simplistic enough, if I can use that word, for everybody within the organisation to understand it. All right? I think the very first session this morning, someone was talking about prototyping their decision-making processes. If I reflect back to my time in the military, whenever we talked about a new mission, everybody involved in that mission would then practice it ad nauseum to know what everybody had to do and knew what everybody else was doing. So there was a dependency, but also some redundancy in what was going on there. And the same thing applies when we as a business are developing a strategy. We need to ensure our strategy is clear, it's concise, it's unambiguous, and it's understood, and it's communicated. And it's communicated regularly so that everybody within our organisation has absolutely no misunderstanding of what needs to be done. This always, I think, maybe gets a bit of a laugh when I say decentralised command. When anyone thinks of the military, would you ever think that it will be a decentralised command structure? No, right? You think of a military organisation and there's someone up there with a big hat, lots of little brass and fruit salad on their breast pocket, and they're giving the orders. Well, actually, it's completely different to that. If you consider, if I can take you an example, and I always tell stories, so I apologise in advance. If I take it back to an army perspective, as I can, when a mission or a strategy has been given, there are various entities, subunits within that whole complex organisation that needs to make decisions, or they need to be able to execute on that strategy. So we have people that are commanding 1, 2, or just themselves, people that are able to fully execute and make a decision on what they need to do based on what they've been told. And then it goes up to the next person who's controlling 15 or 20 people, or a platoon as we call it. And that goes up to the next level and next level, next level. So there could be as many as 5 to 6 stratas of people making a decision. All right? Let's reflect what that looks like in the corporate world. Well, we've got the team leaders, we've got managers, we've got directors, we've got partners, we've got VPs, SVPs, and every acronym under the sun, but everybody should be able to have the ability to make those decisions. And the third point there is disciplined initiatives. And one of the things I'm really big on this is extreme ownership, right? And that if you encourage people to have the extreme ownership of what the actions that they have been given, and then they can take their own initiatives within the framework of your strategy, then that is a very similar approach to what we do in the military, what has been done in the military as well. So there's quite a lot of synergies in how I was able to implement the missions and strategies, not only in the military world, but now in my corporate life. And I've been lucky enough to be able to do that globally. And I have had very low turnover of my teams, and they generally follow me when I go from one place to another. But one of the best things I've ever had done is be able to help people transition from the military world to the corporate world. And that's hard because it comes from an authoritative approach to doing it to a collaborative approach. But, you know, if I think back, a lot of my peers, they're either partners or owners of global businesses or in consulting firms. Before I hand over, there's one other point I want to talk about, and that's EQ. And I'll touch base on it at the end, but I think that's an amazing and a very, very important part of applying military principles into the corporate world. And if you don't think it works, there are a number of different examples. And I could talk to you about those, but one that we all know is Amazon. So Jeff Bezos applied these principles to Amazon's mission, which was customer satisfaction, and allowed his people all the way through the business to be able to make initiatives, to be disciplined and make their own initiatives and decisions within the framework of that mission structure. Brunel, you want to add to that, mate? Put your point of view on there as well?
Yes, for sure. So, before that, sir, if you want, you can change the seat. No problem. Thank you so much, Glenn. I think everybody here in this room and who's maybe watching online understand the difference between a manager and a leader, right? So I'm not going to speak only about the principles or maybe how to become a leader, but I'm going to show you something. Yeah, I'm going to show you something. Thank you. So leadership for me, or maybe anything, starts from a feeling that you should feel as a leader. You should feel as a team member. You should feel someone who's standing on the border protecting your country. So after having all these narratives in my mind, I have been able to align my subconscious and conscious mind the last year, and my company was actually failing, to be honest. We have reached to that level where we had to shut down our operations because of many reasons. But then I've decided that this is not something I want in my life. This is not something that my maybe job seekers or maybe the clients are looking up to us for. So yeah, I'm into a recruitment consultancy for last 6 years in India. We have done a lot of recruitments in IT, non-IT space. Having said that, the last year I have decided to bring change. Okay, and I guess leadership has a lot of things to do with the discipline only, right? When you decide to organize yourself, when you decide to start something from scratch, you have to change your narratives, your stubbornness, your ego, and you'll have to maybe channelize that in a right way. So last year, yes, I have focused on my health first, okay, and then I have slowly, rebuilding my organization from scratch, from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, and this is how now I have reached to the team of 15 people in just 1.5 months. But how did I do that? Okay, so I'm going to show you few simple things and the way we are using social media for our company, and also for maybe improvising practices. And I guess in earlier panel discussion, some lady said that she is very keen to understand how technology is meeting the people's practices, right? So maybe there's a small exercise that we have started doing it. So I'll just share some, with your permission, I'll share some of the screenshots of our Instagram account. So can we have Ryan, Faizan? Will you please just turn on the slide? Yeah. So I don't know if you are able to see her or not, but if you can see the number 119, and there are a lot of numbers. So these are the days I've completed. Okay. So this is, as I said earlier, my 128th day I've completed in this practice. Okay. So as a principles from military leadership, I start my day at 3:30, and a lot of stuff I do. So I regularly post on social media just because creating a pressure on myself to become consistent, because consistency is something that everybody on this planet lacks. And so I wanted to do something extra. So I've taken up the challenge for myself that I'm going to compete only with myself, and it's a 365 days war. Okay, so there is one more link you can see. I have created another account, okay, where I'm putting not only my activities, but the people who are following me in this trend. I haven't asked anyone to follow me, okay. I never do that because I feel that if I'm able to replicate my vision to the people, they will start following this journey, okay, and they will do this. So can you please just, Faizan, can you please show me the next slide, the next one. So these are all my pages, okay. Yeah, this one, okay. This page I have started in the last month, okay, where there are many followings, and this all people are now following exactly my footsteps, okay. These are not in my team, okay. I'm going to tell you in a one or 2 minutes that how this activities, okay, I have turned in a right way for my team, okay. So could you please go to the next one, Faizan? The next one, yeah, this is my habit of reading. Yesterday, there was an angel investor who shared an example of Peter Thiel. His book name is 0 to 1, which I am reading right now. So these are my fellow colleagues, like from friends or maybe the followers. He has completed day 82, okay. And the next one is, could you please go to the next one, Faizan? Yeah. This is the last one? Okay, fine, no problem. So the next one who has completed day 103, and I have completed 120. Myself, I cannot be strict to my team, right? I cannot tell them to wake up at 3:30 and start their day. I have to be soft. I had to maybe form that habit to maybe command them in a right way and make them understand the importance of this company's vision and how they can do this. So all this journey, which I'm doing, all the workouts and everything, obviously I'm trying to become better. If I can lead myself, then I'll be able to lead my team and maybe my people to become better, right? So it will start from that feeling, and it has to be in your actions consistently. Talking about collaboration of such practices in my team, I really wanted my team to, start narrating their thoughts, because we are living in this world where the technology is evolving very fast. There are AI, there are bots, there are n number of things which are coming into the pictures. I told a very simple habit to my team that you guys will be starting your day narrating your own thoughts in 2 lines. You guys can do a copy paste, that is okay, but think on it, think over it again and again, right? So they have started sharing this, mentioning the number of day they are working for, okay, and I have kept it on a purpose that we'll start our morning call at 9:05, not at 9, okay. So first 5 minutes they are going to think, they are going to write their thoughts, they are going to share it on a Snapchat. They are not going to share it on a WhatsApp. They are not going to share it on a emails, because that has to be a fun-loving activity, right? So this is how we have started, and now my team size is 15. All 15 people are sharing their thoughts every day, and these are maybe some smaller practices I've done to better my company. Maybe Ahmed would be the right person to highlight on this, that how to make it more better. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Pranil. See, my take is very different. I come from a country called Pakistan. Half of our existence has been under military rule. Nothing wrong with it. Countries can be ruled by militaries, and they do a very good job. I grew up in one of those times when there was apparently what they call as dictatorship. I really enjoyed it. That was the best economic time I saw in my country. But can I apply those same principles in my company? To some extent, yes. I think discipline, there is no argument about that. We need discipline in organizations. And a lot of organizations fail because there is lack of discipline and lack of disciplined people, especially the leadership. I mean, if you are a leader and you are coming to the office at 11 a.m. and you expect your team not to sneak in at 9 just because you have a fingerprinting, finger scanning biometric system, it's not going to work. You'll need to be there the first thing in the morning. You'll be the last one to leave, and you'll have to put in double the amount of work that the best performer is doing. However, when you put in strict military leadership principles where you are penalized, you lose the human factor. We need to allow our teams to make mistakes, especially if you are living in today's environment where creativity is of essence, where people are super creative in what they're doing. They are, building things that we've never seen before, applications, prototypes, the way we are living our lives. I mean, if military leadership principles were in the corporate world, our lives may not have transformed to this degree that we are in today. I mean, today in Dubai, Pranil, probably you might know, Glenn would know that we don't normally go to the fuel stations to get petrol in our cars. We have the fuel station come to our cars and fill in our petrol. So we have apps for that. And that's happened because people were able to explore, talents in different parts of the world who could have brought in great ideas and they could execute it without having to follow particular guidelines. I personally believe in breaking free and empowering people to the extent that they make mistakes and they know that those mistakes may cost the company a few thousand or a few hundred and thousands of dollars, which they can afford, but they'll eventually come up with something that will be great. They'll pay off the risk. In the UAE, when you have so many different people, so many different nationalities working with their resources based inside the country and remotely. So I know personally most of our clients, they have resources offshore, especially in the tech sector, especially those which are customer driven and they have a huge requirements for call centers. They outsource all of that work. They have discipline in timing, but they allow people to be people because they're not talking to the same person. We're not all programmed well. We don't like the same food, right? So if you imply too much of discipline, too much of rigorous, too much of processes, it's going to impact the company. And we've seen failures. I've seen a failure during COVID. I had one company that had to shut down because there was no discipline and we were not ready. But in the tech sector, we grew. We had technology that people needed, and it worked. And that was because we are not organized. That disorganization, that haphazardness allowed us to find opportunities where people wouldn't see, right? So I think going back, I probably won't have my own personal examples because I have a staff member sitting here who would think I'm lying. But I do allow people to have mistakes, have breakdowns. Call me up at 9 a.m. I can't make it. Okay, fine. Come at 10. Come at 11. But come, show up. Sit till late. No problem. you can spend some extra 2 hours, but allow people, allow your team to be human. Allow them to break down. I know in military, I don't know how many times did you get to cry your heart out. You might have obviously a bit of fist battles, which we can't allow in corporate world to let the lads fight it out. But you have that. I was attending one of the other sessions and there's a lot of talk about mental health. How much pressure is too much pressure for people, and you can't determine that because there is a history of health, a history of issues of lifestyle changes and everything that has impacted an individual. And when that individual comes into the corporate world right in front of you under your leadership, are you going to use the same principles that you're applying on everybody else? I wouldn't agree. I take people as people. I love their journeys and I let them to be humans because happy people, you allow them to be happy and you allow them to be sad. And once that sadness has come out, there's only happiness left. So once you have a happy team, it's going to outperform any team in the world. So that's my 2 cents. I think we should open up for questions and discussions.
Yeah, just before we do, I just wanted to pull on a string there that you mentioned, and I think that's a very important part about allowing your people to be able to have the confidence to make decisions even when they fail. All right, that's about accountability. And if you have really extreme ownership and the ability for people to make decisions without fear, within the confines of the framework, of course, then you're going to get more buy-in and you are going to get more accountability in an organisation. So we're going to open up, we've got about 9 minutes left, we're going to open up to some questions. I see a young gentleman there walking up to the microphone. Please, sir.
So in the military, you start out with the privates, and then they move up in the ranks, and people diversify into various talents, and then as things progress, as their careers progress, you can pick and choose the people, you pick and choose your team. But in business, it's a little different. You have to hire from the pool of people around you, and I wondered what your military approach is to hiring people, good people, because a company's only as good as its people.
Yeah, sure. Always a hard one, right? And it's when you hire anybody, whether you're first starting a business or it's an iterative approach to doing it, and you're learning as well. I heard someone talking today about how they use data to decide whether someone's going to stay within the business or stay within marketing or what have you. I thought that was an interesting concept, because I think there's a little bit more on that, even though I am a very big techno head and love data and AI. There are a number of different ways. To me, I think, I work a lot in the cyber area, and everyone tells me that there are 3 million cybersecurity jobs out there with a shortfall, maybe even more. I don't think that's the case. I just think we're looking in the wrong place, because anybody with a critical mind, no matter what their background, might be preferable they're in IT, is able to work in a cybersecurity area. So when I'm recruiting, I look for people who actually have a desire to learn and to be coached, and to not be scared of getting out there and putting themselves out there, and to have continuous learning. Your example about we can pick and choose various people when we go through the different ranks, I mean, that is a very competitive process as well. And there's a lot of training involved in that, continuous training, and the ability to show and step forward to show what you can offer to an organisation to make it better. So I apply those same principles within the business and the corporate world of when I'm looking for people either to headhunt into the organisation or even to bring in at the very junior level. They've got to want to have that commitment, but it's not something you get straight away. It's a learned and it's experienced and it's a nurtured approach to bringing somebody up through the business. But it's not always going to work. In everything, you make mistakes and you learn and you move on from that as well. Hope that answered your question.
I'll just add on one thing here in the next 30 seconds, because I can see your time ticking. So, sir, I respect your question, and I'm also dealing into a people's problem. I'm into HR consultancy only. So we have this practice of having our team hired, and again, for the clients as well. So when things come, we all speak brighter side of the leadership, but just consider a situation that you are at a war front, you are leading your soldiers there is a enemy gunning at you, and some of your team members are wounded, right? You have only one option there, that you have to send them back. So I don't know why, but on LinkedIn or maybe on other platforms, I see everywhere that people only talk good about a leadership. But a true leader has to make a call of saying no. If you understand that after evolving the coaching side to the team members and giving all the opportunities, if it is required to maybe ask that particular person or maybe a team member to step down, a leader has to make a decision on that as well. It is a darker side of the leadership, I would say, but as a leader of your own organization, I guess this is also something we should start practicing for. We do that. Honestly, I guess I don't think a lot of business owners are not doing it. We understand the practicality, right? But we don't speak here. We speak only the good part of the leadership. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right?
Yeah. Do you have something to add before we go to the next question? Or?
Yeah. So, Emma sir will answer the next question.
I think, Glenn, you clarified my point. I was there. Okay. Next question. Sir.
Okay, Glenn. First, my apologies about that conversation earlier, because I think you made valid points. What struck me was your relation to the mission, because that's something that I strongly believe in. But then you said something about disciplining, and I want to grab that point a little bit better. I'm against discipline, in fact. I like chaos.
Against what, sorry?
Discipline.
Yep,
Discipline.
okay.
Discipline. I like chaos. But I'm also very much attached to commitment of people. And I feel that commitment is a voluntary choice, whereas discipline is more enforced. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, sure. I love chaos as well. Someone asked me when I asked the question on day one whether I lived on this side of the risk plane or the comfortable, and I live on the uncomfortable side of the risk plane. And there's also a really good tool out there, it's the chaos engine I love as well. So what was the question again? Commitment versus chaos, discipline versus chaos, right? And I think you need to have discipline to have chaos. It's like having an agile approach to doing things. If you're disciplined enough to understand when you need to change in an agile environment, then you can have that version of chaos. I've had a number of different startups and at the beginning, everybody is in chaos. Everyone's wearing 5 hats, and depending on what time of the day it is, your hat turns around and what your role needs to be. But to have a high degree of chaos, you need to, I think, have people that are disciplined enough to recognise when things are going right and not right, and then to be able to pivot to doing that. And I had a very similar conversation just recently about implementing processes. Processes to be implemented for the sake of a process will kill a business, especially a startup. And so you have to be very cognizant of the amount of control that you're putting there. But discipline, I think, gives people the ability to make a decision and fail at that decision as well, because it gives them accountability, even in a chaotic type of scenario. So, guys.
I completely agree with you. Discipline or chaos, I let the chaos happen. Within chaos, some beautiful stories erupt, and those stories define us, define the environment that we are living in. And I'd like to add one more point. See, when taking too much influence from an organization such as the military complex, we don't have the resources as organizations that are available to military complexes. So their processes, their ways of operations are defined based on the resources that they have access to and they can get access to. Number one being funding. Small organizations that are growing big, they don't grow big on any military principles except for discipline, maybe one of them, which has a lot of bullet points down where you can say your timing and your punctuality and your probably a little bit of dress code. But now that is all erased. We have organizations like Google that are employing millions of people through across the world without any time punctuality, giving them the office environment of the future. There is no discipline over there. But they're thriving, they're growing, they're giving us the best products that we can possibly imagine. That goes for all tech companies. I can list a lot of examples that are moving away from this. And each leadership, if you are in a position of leadership, you need to define your own principles that will work best for you. You have the liberty to and the freedom to have your own principles, that the way you want to want things that you want to see the things to work out with. That's my.
We've nice sign down there saying time's up. Press delete to reset. So we're about to put Control Alt Delete to our team. So thank you very much for your questions. But before we do go, I might just ask the team to wrap up. Ahmed, do you want to give your last points, wrap up on the principles, etc.?
Yeah, I guess I probably ended up on my last statement. But I'm open to discussion even after this panel has ended and anybody wants to have a discussion. And I am based here in Dubai, so if anybody wants to come over for coffee as well, we can take the discussion even further. Probably in these discussions we'll come to agree or disagree or agree to disagree on things. But my personal opinion and based on my professional experience is that strictness does not work. Human elements, emotional intelligence, that needs to be inculcated in your leadership principles. You need to allow people to break down. A lot of people are going through a lot of things in this world. Wars is just one of them. There are family problems, financial situations, and different healthcare issues. So my also humble opinion, as you all leaders are here, speak to your team, speak to people around you, speak to the janitor. I don't know, a lot of people don't even do that. They don't even say hi to people who don't matter apparently. So it's not all that you're gonna walk through a line and you'll have the boots slapping for you and you'll get a salute. This is not the corporate world should be. It has to be, I should not distinguish between a small junior analyst to the CEO. It has to be as simple as that. We should be all kind of equal in our appearance, in our behavior towards others, and that's my take.
Thanks.
I'll wrap up in 3 sentences, which I practice every day. So first one is, yes, cherish imperfections. Second one is practice excellence. And third one is align your commitment as a discipline. I guess it will change your world.
Surprisingly enough, I have more than 3 sentences. I just want to add one more point to your question, though, before I do. All the way through my time in the military, I was a rebel without a clue, and I railed against authority in a respectful way. And I was able to manage to work my way up to sort of managing 400 people with that attitude of chaos but discipline. But my last points I'd like to leave is establishing a clear strategy and communicate that strategy. Delegate the decision-making process and give the people that you delegate that to the confidence to make those decisions and fail and win within a good safety net. Encourage that disciplined initiative. Create a culture of accountability, massive on extreme ownership of what you as a leader or as a person within the organisation need to achieve, and take ownership of that all the way through without blaming somebody else. And teamwork, building a really good culture. The last thing I want to leave you with is leadership. Leadership requires action. More often than not, firstly done by the leader themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, team, as well. Thank you.
Great panel discussion. Thank you to our panelists. I'll take credit for that one. Thank you. All right, moving forward. Now we're transitioning to an engaging fireside chat now on the topic of the Cohesion Code, secrets to creating unstoppable teams. Ever wonder what makes some teams excel under pressure and some crumble? Well, our next speaker is going to talk about that more. Can I please call on stage? We've got 2 speakers, Dr. Laura Fikara, co-president, owner, and founder of Cherry Blossom Publishing, as well as Professor Koji Naidu, founder and director, consultant, leadership and relationships coach, author, speaker, and professor at Self Leaders Academy. A round of applause for both of them, please.
I just want to say thank you so much for being here, and it's been such a pleasure meeting everyone. And for those of you I haven't met yet, you're going to meet me, and hopefully I get to meet you. I'm clicking. So here we go. I am Dr. Laura Ficara. This is Dr. Koji Naidu, and we are discussing the Cohesion Code, Secrets to Creating Unstoppable Teams. So first of all, I'm a mom, I'm a daughter, and there's me, my daughter, and my mom. And that's my first identity. Next is, I'm an educator. I've been director of a preschool to an adjunct instructor at a university level and everything in between. An educational consultant, writing consultant. Like I said, I was administrator, researcher. I was fortunate to get my doctorate from St. John's University in New York, if you didn't understand the accent. A writer and team builder. And more recently, I have a publishing company where we publish the book, promote the book, market the book, writers' retreats, and soon we'll be having online coaching. And this is a slide that I introduce myself to my students with hyperlinks to each one that I will not bore you with, but a writer, publisher, actually was in a commercial for a friend of mine who's an attorney. So actor, I got my doctorate, and my sailing certificate. Very artistic, that's some of the stuff I've done. I have also do fine art painting. I've had 8 exhibitions, and mostly in New York City, and that's the play that I published. And in my spare time, I volunteer with the Mayor of New York City weekly. So what is team building? I'm not sure, because I know we have people from all over the world, but for a show of hands, how many people remember the show Friends? Okay, yeah, excellent. Most of the people here. Well, there's a funny story about what the producer did for that show. In the very, very beginning of choosing these strangers to be friends, on his dime, he sent them to Vegas for a long weekend, and they bonded. They bonded so much on a personal level that you could see it in the show that they looked like friends. Most of them are still very close friends. And that, to me, is one of the most important things when you're building a team. It is really important to have that human connection first, which is why I bored you with my own personal things, because if you don't know me and I don't know you, we're not connecting. We don't feel cohesive. And the cohesiveness in the team building is the glue that keeps it together. I was going to go into boring journal articles of when the term was coined in 1965 and how it evolved, and anybody wants those journal articles, I could send them to you. But basically, the shared values, I could send these slides to anyone who wants them. And you know, one thing that I think the transparency has been said, a sense of unity. But one thing I want to mention from Jim Collins' book, Good to Great, he talks about putting the right person in the right seat on the bus. Because you could have someone, do you know your team well enough to know who should be in what seat of that bus to make it the most dynamic and cohesive team? Building trust, sense of belonging, encouraging mutual respect. I published a journal article on work happiness that actually found it did not matter how much money you made, it did not matter how many years you had with that corporation or school or any other institution, if you didn't have a sense of belonging, feeling appreciated, and one other thing I'm not going to tell you, you're going to have to read my journal article to find out. So why is cohesive team building important? It creates a sense of belonging, the trust, establishing clear roles and expectations. If everyone is assigned the same thing to do, how are you creating the synergy to make that team succeed, to make it shine, to give it the oomph it needs in order to be successful? And we have here someone who is a guru on personality tests right in the front row. And Raisin, am I saying it right? Don't kill me, sorry. Reza, on personality tests. And I think those are great for connecting people, getting to know each other, getting to know yourself. Know thyself first, so you could then work on your strengths, improve your weaknesses. All these things are vital. But don't make the mistake of thinking that you have to all be like me, a little Pollyanna, positive and energetic and passionate, because you know that cynical person or that worrier saved England from the World War. I believe it was Churchill, who was such a worrier that he was able to stay 2 steps ahead of the Germans because he worried of everything that was going to happen and he couldn't control. So how important is that, to have all different types of people on the team? And then here's my journal article that work happiness basically is life happiness. Your overall health, your finances, your relationships are all determined by your work happiness. So I know I've had those jobs where Sunday night I'm having a panic attack and anxiety because, oh my God, I have to go in on Monday and face the horror. And yet I've had the jobs where I just can't wait. And there I am, Sunday night, still creating things at 11 o'clock at night when I should be sleeping. And increased performance increases loyalty. I have a slew of team building workshops. Again, I actually have point-by-point ideas for each one. I even have escape room challenges that I stepped out for some people that aren't familiar with that. And it's really about having people connected, having people in the right positions, having people inspired with a shared vision that gives everyone a purpose, something to strive for. And if they don't share that vision, then they don't belong on the team. I'm going to hand over some mic time to my colleague here, Dr. Koji.
Thank you, Laura. Now, Laura is a hard act to follow. And we promised each other outside that we're going to be brief, right? So I too have slides, but I'm going to skip over some of them because you can always contact us afterwards. I think the important thing about having the fireside chat is for you to actually listen to us interact with each other. And we're going to make it up as we go. But more important than us two is to see and hear from you. So I'm looking at the clock here in front of me, which says, that's the amount of time we have left. And we're going to be true to you and give you that time to actually engage with us. All right? So if you can bear with us, bear with me, with regard to skipping the slides, I think that will be a good thing. So who is Dr. Kogi? Yeah, this way. All right. All right. So I'm sure you all can read. And so I need that slide back. These things happen. Thank you. So, I am Kogi. I am not who you see. I am not who you believe I am. I am not your doormat. I am not easily beaten. I am not who you want me to be. I am Kogi. I am compassionate, yet strong. I am wise, yet humble. I am caring, yet confident. I am vulnerable, yet resilient. I'm a proud Indian woman, a devoted wife, mother, sister, and grandmother. I am Kogi. I'm a teacher and learn from your experience. I'm a friend and your comfort and support. I'm a writer and am your voice. I'm a coach to realize your potential. I'm a leader and your guide. I am Kogi. I am blessed. I am grateful. I'm an old soul. I am because you are. I am here always. I am Kogi. Self Leaders Academy came about as a result of a dream that I had once. And the dream, and it's just coincidental and fortuitous, I think, that I'm here presenting with a publisher. And this is the book that came out of my dream. So if you're interested and want to know more about this, you'll get to hear and see more about who I am, having a look at the website. But Live, Learn, Love, the path to your prowess, is something that came out of a physical dream, not something that came out of my mind or what I thought about would be a good idea to do. So I guess when you have a dream and you're actually pushed in a particular direction, it gives one the accountability to actually be and be true to that dream. So Live, Learn, Love, the path to your prowess is that very dream. So all of Self Leaders Academy is based on that dream. And when you have that dream and that vision that comes to you, I was fortunate to have that. And so now I have to follow the path. As at now, I work full time. So when do I get to realize this dream? And I think standing here on this stage is the first day for me to actually realize that dream. That dream happened 13 years ago. And I'm still working because I need money to survive. And that, I think, is many of you can empathize with that. So the values of Self Leaders Academy are those: authenticity, excellence, quality, humility, and gratitude. And I'm hoping that you can see some of those in my presentation and my conversation I'm going to have with Laura in a moment. But what are my values? Some of that came through in the poem that I've just read, and I think that you can see where I'm coming from with that, because in terms of my background, I said I was an Indian woman because I look Indian, feel Indian in my spirit and soul, but I'm actually South African. So I was born into apartheid, 150 years removed from India, so unfortunately I don't have any of the Indian languages. And so I sometimes don't know who I am. But I think that just like you and I, we're human beings. And I think that's the greatest connection. It doesn't matter about how we look, whether we're male or female, what ethnicity we come from, where we were born, because we didn't have any choice over those. But I think what you can see there is those values that I'm adding to, which are integrity, perseverance, collegiality, fairness, and equity. And I guess those ones in blue there tell you about where I've come from, which is South Africa, born into apartheid and having to actually struggle hard to be noticed, So if you look at my bio, which you've seen up there, I've got a lot of achievements, but they don't mean anything if I don't share and actually empower others to actually follow the same path. And we're all leaders here, and I think that my message in terms of my purpose is to do exactly that. And books are one way to do it. Teaching is the other. So ask yourself, what are your values? What matters to you? Which relationships do you actually focus on? What are you most passionate about? And what new things would you like to pursue? And if you had no stress in your life, what would your life look like? And I think these are the essence of how we can actually move forward in that very positive way, but also in a way that can make a difference to the planet and to each other. So these are some of the things you probably came up with, right? Some of them. There may be others that are very important to you that are not listed there, but those are the common ones. When I do workshops, these are the things that come up. But for a leader, what are your skills for success? And I think these are important. We can't grow if we are not adaptable and we're not open-minded, right? We have to have that emotional intelligence. We have to have that energy field. We need to read each other's energies. And for you to actually be a leader and have unstoppable teams, if you can't read the energy in the room or the energy in your group or not do one of your personality tests, you're going to be hopeless. Or you get the results of those personality tests and you do nothing about it. What's the point? So emotional intelligence and having that open-mindedness, grit, because it's not easy, resilience, when you're knocked back, you stand up again and you get on with it, and tolerance, of course. Focus and execution, and then problem solving and creativity. We can unpack some of these as we speak. This checklist, I'll leave it up there for you to look at and for you to check off whether those resonate with you or not. How many of those you actually do as a leader? How many of those you actually live as a leader? So having this, on a big board in vision statements and mission statements, meaningless if they're not aligned to the values and they're not aligned to the practice and the purpose and the why of your businesses or the why of your profession. And I think as middle-level managers and middle-level leaders, these things become a useful checklist. And when you do that personality test, I think then one can refer back to this because you always get that personality test would say, well, this is how you classify, and these are the things you can do for professional development, or to actually become depending on the test, what you can do to improve your leadership skills. But that's something there that you can actually look at and check yourself against in terms of, or check your team members in terms of where the team's falling apart or why the team's falling apart. This is one that I've come across in my recent reading, and I think this is a useful list. I am a fellow of the US Women Leaders for the World, and one of the seminars that I attended was the authors of this book. They were truly inspirational. They've done a lot of research, and they've come up with this list, which is a different kind of list that we normally see for leaders. The list that they came up with were humility, empathy, accountability, resiliency, transparency, and inclusivity. Now that resonated very well with me because many of my values are very similar to those. But think about those other leaders that were in the room that didn't have those as being the new model, the modern model of leadership competencies. And I just put that up there because I wanted everyone to see, it's not Kogi saying this, or it's not Laura saying this, it's actually been researched, and that's the latest book. So it's a 2023 December publication. We need to be mindful about how we lead, and if you just focus on the red words, I think we'll get the essence of where we are. And that is about celebrating. I think so often we actually focus on the end goal. We forget the small wins. We focus on those things that upset us, the challenges we have, whether it's business, money, health challenges, whatever the challenges are. And we forget to actually celebrate those small successes. Or we forget to celebrate the success of someone who's had difficulty getting along with someone else, couldn't make the deadline because of some issue that happened, uncontrolled, beyond their control. Because life happens. And when life happens, there's no control. So I think celebrating and recognizing that is very, very important. I'm emphasizing that because that's the one that I'm weak at. I tend to focus on the next thing and the next thing, and then I forget, and that Women for the World Leadership Program has taught me that, which is, and I thought I knew it all, been there, done that, and one of the goals they set in the program was self-care. And self-care is something that I ignored because I was thinking, I'm blessed with energy, I can do these things, I can think this through, I can multitask, etc. and self-care is not one thing that I actually focused on. So in the program, if I may just go off on the tangent a bit, in the program they had the professional goals, but they also had the self-care. And I think it's important to have a different person making you accountable for your self-care. You may be fortunate enough in your life to actually have someone like that, but if you don't, you should actually focus on how do you look after yourself each day. What are you doing to focus on self-care? Because if you focus on self-care and be mindful about it, you will have that much more energy and you'll be able to achieve that much more. And I've seen that in the last 10 months I've been in that program. And of course, I have to actually account to them once a month to tell them what have I done with regard to the goal that I set around self-care. So it's not about the professional goals, it's actually about the self-care one. Because everything else takes care of itself. Well, the next one is my hobby horse, which is everyone has a voice, open communication, rest and recovery, that goes with the self-care, and creating a culture of respect and inclusion. Someone was at the other session earlier, I got very passionate there when the panel weren't looking at social mobility and someone in the audience actually had a valid point to make about how the structures have to change for social mobility. It's not about the leadership and it's not about the money, it's not about those things. We have to, as a world society, community, and culture, focus on structural change for that to happen. So open communication, I mentioned that. And the culture of respect and inclusion, health and well-being goes without saying, and emotions. And as a team member, very similar again, being mindful, respectful, listening, checking in, including others, and being grateful. The other thing with regard to team members, sometimes you don't have a choice. You can't choose your team members, but you have to find a way of working together. And don't look at it negatively. Look at it as being, well, what am I going to learn from this experience? How am I handling it? What's my role in making this other person upset? It takes two to tango, don't they say that, isn't it? So you have a role to play in whatever upset there is in the team. I'm not going to go over this one because I think Laura did an excellent job there about what are leaders of cohesive teams, and they are those individuals who are team builders, and they are recognizing as well as the challenges of their team members. Needing to care, and that's something that is empathy. That's something that you have to actually have within you. You can't force yourself to care, but it's something that you can work on. I'll give you one example from my own experience, is that because I am blessed with energy, I expect everyone to have energy. But not everybody is like that. Some people need 10 hours of sleep. Here are my secrets. And I think this is a good segue for me to actually stop, and if we could leave that up, you could actually digest that, and maybe it will spur you to ask us some questions. Looking at the time, we have about 15 minutes. So if Laura and I spoke for 5 minutes, just reflecting on each other's presentations, you could actually think about a question that you want to ask us and engage us in terms of our experiences, and we'll see where we go. Okay. So I'll leave that up for a second, and then I'll put on the last slide. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Dr. Koji.
Okay, over to you. What did you think?
I think we really rushed it, and I feel terrible about that, but we really did want to make a point that it's not about us. It's about you guys getting the most out of our knowledge on team building.
All right, so I could start then. So, Laura, you've worked with many teams over the years.
Yes.
Yeah. So could you actually tell us a little story or a little bit an experience where you've learned from your team members?
So I actually have a great belief that you can learn from everyone. I remember learning when I was a second grade elementary school teacher. I learned from, and that was general education. I've learned from my middle school severely students with disabilities, but severe disabilities where they'd probably end up in a home. I could learn from their joy. And I'm able to learn now. I'm in a high school with special needs, with students with special needs, sorry. And I learn from them every day. their resilience, their thinking in divergent ways. Everyone. I don't care who it is, you can learn from.
Well, that just reminds me, you know, we actually think that we have to learn from our teams. But I'm a mother, and you're a mother too. And 2-year-olds, I mean, I remember my daughter when she was 2. She just knew how to actually work me. She knew when to cry, she knew what she wanted, and she got what she wanted. And as she grew older, she was just socialized into knowing which buttons to press. And she's now an adult. And guess what? When we visit, she still wants attention. So team members are the same. They're just like kids. They need to be nurtured. They need to be looked after. And I think you get more out of team members if they're trusted and they, you know, we have that openness. I've noticed that if I say the deadline is, I'm not going to get much traction. But if I said, well, you know, how are you today? And how's so connecting with their family, connecting and knowing them and showing that you engage, it's not just about the KPIs, it's more than that. So that relationship is that.
Absolutely.
So important.
Absolutely. Again, I don't want to make it about us, but I have teams I worked with 25 years ago who I am still close with, because from every school I've ever worked in, I've had a team, and those people have stayed my friends throughout my entire life from all the different stages.
Absolutely. And I guess the same applies to students. Remember, I'm a teacher and I'm an academic. So I think over the years, it's not a student-teacher relationship. It's actually we work on this project together. Let's see how we can actually make a difference beyond this. So I think coming down in terms of level of being the leader versus the team member or the student, I think is where the magic happens. And when you've got that bond happening, you really make it, you do well. And is that the cue for our, yes, it is. We have our first question. There we go.
Brilliant. Really, really good talk. Thank you very much. One of the, I guess, issues with the research is things change over time, and sometimes the research groups are kind of biased towards specific demographics. And we're in a cost of living crisis at the moment, specifically in the United Kingdom, and there's a lot of, the financial element does play a stronger part in teams now. So do you still think that given some of the financial pressures that people are experiencing over the world, that, you know, the happiness, you know, engagement and fulfillment still outranks some of the, you know, how am I going to get paid? How am I going to get more? Do you think it's still kind of a valid approach to kind of focus predominantly on that side?
100%, absolutely. Do you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, we human beings, isn't it? It's about survival. It's about prioritizing. And what stresses one out is what one gets one's attention. And I think that I remember growing up, the family would actually try to avoid the kids finding out what the stresses are. So they'd speak in hushed tones, etc. But the reality is still there. And so one can't just be ignoring the reality, if I'm understanding you correctly. You've got to actually face that. And it's not all about positive thinking. It's not all about that. It's actually facing it. But having the strategies to be able to handle it so that you as a leader are strong enough to face the next day.
The United States is facing right now the quiet quitting, they're calling it. And it's basically people saying, you know what, we want balance in our lives. Life is short. We need to have time for living and not just working. And as much as I can be, and I have been, a workaholic, I make it a point to have that quiet time with my daughter with no phones and just that connection, just like I do with my team members and just like I do with my friends or family members. It's important to understand that in the end, that work happiness correlates to every other aspect in our life, and it has been proven study after study. Yes, Gary?
Yes, building teams obviously is a lot of work. It's maybe a passion and it's you know, something that you might enjoy, but it takes maintenance, it takes rituals, and I think we're missing that in the talk. I'd like to know, what are some key takeaways, some of the rituals that we can take back with us? You know, I don't want to go through a lineage of process, but just some quick hits, just a couple of things that you can share with us that work for us that we can take back.
Point 10 was how you should have a monthly check-in to discuss team dynamics and goals, a quarterly meeting, sessions with the focus on continuous improvement. Professional development is always very important, and celebrating achievements and milestones during that team and that process, because it continues to grow and evolve and change. And the closer your team is, the better the results.
I think the one that I could actually add to the mix here is finding that happiness within and finding that stillness and that peace within. Even if it is going to the bathroom and actually just being on your own and just reflecting and appreciating and having and being grateful for being able to breathe, I think is in itself giving yourself that time. Listening, I think, is another one that one needs to actually practice. So a lot of times when we listen, I taught communication for 7 years. A lot of the time because it's not an easy thing to do, communicate. People are actually thinking about the answer they're going to give. So they haven't actually heard you. So I think just pausing and taking a breath and appreciating and allowing that person's energy to actually, come into your space. So you've given that time and giving that other person the time. I think making eye contact, which is something that is so obvious. But have you seen someone where their eyes glaze over when you talk to them? Or they look in the other direction and they're not listening to you? Or they're thinking, the mind is taking over? Or they're looking, yeah, absolutely. Those are the nonverbal giveaways. Only 7% is the words that we use. The 93% are the nonverbals. And you've lost the person, you've lost your team member. But I think most important for leaders is to actually focus on themselves. Because if you're good, your team will be good. You'll take everyone with you. What do you think about that, Laura?
Yes. Did we answer your question? Not really.
Not really.
Quick hit takeaways, conflict resolution workshops, trust building exercises, focusing on blindfolding the partner and doing activities of that nature, collaboration workshop with group problem solving challenges, role playing current problems and seeing a better way to address it. I mean, honestly, the ideas and the things available are endless, and if you'd like me to share the slides, I actually have bullet points for every single one of the points that I had on the slide. So, it's even I remember principal I worked with in North Carolina. She had a vacation home where she would take one grade at a time for a weekend. And it's very similar to that idea that I mentioned in the beginning with friends. When you create that cohesiveness between the team and it's genuine, that should really solve most of the issues with the logistics of them working together. Please.
So thank you very much for this great topic. It's very dear to my heart. And actually, I would like to share with the audience and with you,
of course,
my own experience. So it happened that I worked with both kinds of organizations. One that really encourage and promote team buildings and well-being at work, and one that maybe really doesn't give that importance. And answering both questions, if you allow me, because we had here 2 questions, yeah. Your question regarding the payout every month. I came now to a realization that I'm ready to go down, but I need a healthy culture, a caring employer. Because toxic employer, it's a nightmare. You cannot really survive it, yeah? Key takeaways, I can share with you my experience, and I really standing here today, and I'm grateful to one of the companies that is Mars. So Mars is a great company from US. And It happened that I was privileged to work there for 14 years. They gave me that much experience and in technically leadership, everything. Why? Because it was home to the best. It was home. There are a lot of techniques. There are how they build a high performance team. This is scientifically proved. You need to have a compelling vision, friendship at work. There are code of conducts. There is integrity and trust. If you don't act as per those rules of integrity and trust, you are out. To get promoted, there is a certain things that you have to fulfill. It's a very transparent system. And this has to be supported by management. The management has to be healthy. I worked with management that they are not, and it's hell. So this has to be supported by the top. It has to be ethical, and no wonder it's a family business, and the owners, this billion company is a family business, and the owners, they cascade their values. I'll say values. They have values and they live it. So I believe for any organization, they need to have value and they need to live it. And this way, and you need to select people with a culture fit. So we were all like each other. We were all fitting together. We were big family. We were doing wonders. And yes, this is this what can make you deliver a very challenging dreams. So that's it. This is
Thank you
my
for
story.
sharing so much. Absolutely agree. I love it though how every job you have, it's a family, but just some of them are very dysfunctional. And it comes from the top, like you said. So the values of the owners of your company is the same thing as the leader of a company. And when you have that high turnover and other things, remember, people leave leaders, not jobs.
Well said. Do we have any other questions or comments? If not, I'd just like to say, my mantra is live, learn, love. It is the path to your prowess. And if you're interested to find out a bit more, just catch me and then I will share. Otherwise, look me up on LinkedIn. It's selfleadersacademy.com or Dr. Kogi. It's not Dr. Kogi because I say so, but that's how my students refer to me, Dr. Kogi. Your last word?
Just thank you so much. Like I said, this whole few days has been a humbling experience. So valuable information from everyone in this room and the other rooms. I'm just honored to be part of it, and thank you. And my name again is Laura Ficara. If you want any information from the slides, a little bit in depth, just let me know. And cherryblossom.publishing.org is another way to find me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you. All right, it's that time of the day. All right, before we move on to our next session, I just want to get everyone moving and just get some blood flowing. So I request you all to stand up right where you are. Great job. I love Italian music. I love Italy. I love Italian food. I think I was Italian in my last life. So, yes, everyone seated? Ready to move on with our next session? All right, perfect. So our next panel discussion is bringing together a dynamic group of women leaders who have carved paths to success. And their topic that they're going to discuss today is empowering women to claim their seat at the leadership table. Insights from Sheroes. Can I please call upon stage our panelists? Dr. Shanitra Chandran Segran, Doctor and Chief Executive Officer at Curist Counseling. Mary Pedler, Founder at Input Communications. Sophia Lopez Galvez, Chief Executive Officer at Tagpuan Eco Park. Sophia is going to be our moderator today. Naila Kudiri, CEO of Nestle Communications Agency. Mary L. Jones, Community Financial Literacy Educator at Agora Community Services Corporation. And lastly, Elena Buriani, CEO, Leadership and Team Coach at Leah Growing People. This is going to be an interesting one. All right, over to you.
Hello. All right. Welcome to my co-panelists. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody still has the energy to finish our 3-day conference on a very high note. And with that, because I have the energy, I will be moderating our panel for today. By the way, I am Sophia Lopez Galvez, the CEO and co-founder of Tagpuan Eco Park Corporation in the Philippines, also the CEO of Mirror Studios Incorporated. So I am an advocate for ecopreneurship and ecotourism, and that is what I always spread the word about in our country, in the Philippines. And now I have here the pleasure of introducing my co-panelists, very strong, independent women in their own fields. I have notes, of course. Of course, we have to my left is Ms. Naila Kudiri, the founder and CEO of Nestle Communication Agency, and she stands at the forefront of innovative governance, guiding her organization to strategic growth and excellence. Her leadership approach is innovative and strategic, blending governance expertise with a commitment to organizational excellence, guiding businesses towards sustainable success with a focus on ethical practices and inclusive decision-making. Also, we have Ms. Elena Buriani over to the farthest left of the stage, or to your right. She is the CEO and co-founder of Leah Growing People. She is a certified executive leadership and team coach with a background in human resources and diverse experiences in various fields, including professional dance, music therapy, and Pilates instruction. With a focus on fostering sustainable leadership principles, she advocates for reducing limiting beliefs and instilling leadership from birth, creating secure, diverse, and inclusive ecosystems within the corporate landscape. Let's give Naila and Elena a big round of applause. Beside Elena is Mary Jones. She is 67 and has operated Agora Community Services Corporation, a nonprofit HUD certified housing advising agency in Chicago, Illinois, USA since 2009. Her mission is to activate women to be ready for their destiny position of leadership by using financial literacy as it relates to housing as one of the foundational impact strategies. Let's give her a big round of applause. And And next to Neela is Dr. Shunitra Chandra Segran. She is a medical doctor with 25 years of experience in the global healthcare industry. As an entrepreneur, she brings her transformational leadership and strategic business management expertise to small and medium companies through her consulting company, Querist Consulting in Malaysia. Her passion is helping organizations evolve through leadership, change management, and leveraging technology to become future fit. She also sits on boards of listed companies as an industry expert and invests in medical technology companies as an angel investor. And finally, of course, we have Mary Pedler. She is a seasoned communication expert and founder of Input Communications Agency and Input Lifestyle, with over 7 years of experience in GR and PR. Her expertise has significantly contributed to the success of over 50 tech projects, enhancing their organic media presence and aiding in raising over $500 million, by the way. So let's give everybody a round of applause. Very accomplished women, and that is why we are here today to talk to you about empowering women to claim their seat at the leadership table. And
Sophia, do you want to introduce yourself also?
Well, I have a little bit. I'm also, aside from the things that I've already mentioned earlier, I'm also an internationally published author and an events host, which, so basically I do a lot of things in the Philippines, as you can imagine. I believe I may be one of the youngest in the whole conference, maybe. I'm 26. So yeah, it's nice to meet everyone, and we're very excited for this panel discussion. And of course, we're going to start with setting the tone. Why are we here? Why is there specifically a panel for women, composed of women, right? So for that, we're going to explore societal expectations. With that, I would like to ask Dr. Shunitra, what do you think, why do you think society frames us differently in a way of that we have our own thing about women empowerment?
Well, thank you, and it's really an honor for me to sit among these women. I feel really empowered, and named Shiros is for the first time what I would add to my title. Now, I know everybody is charged up with the Latino dancing that we just did. Can I see a show of hands? How many of you agree or have experienced differentiation in how women have been treated versus men when it comes to leadership at your workplace? Excellent. So that's really why I think we are all sitting here today. I think the problem statement doesn't need that much more introduction. But what I'd like to say is I've seen that there is an unconscious bias and there is a conscious bias that comes from the societal expectations. And between the two, the unconscious bias is extremely more dangerous and critical, I would say, simply because not only that it happens when we're not aware of it, but it actually happens to both the genders. Women as well as men treat women differently when it comes to leaderships. And there's a wealth of experience around this. I'll give you a couple of examples. There's an extremely powerful TED Talk that you can see about a study that was done in Europe where they found women startup funders consistently getting at least 20% less funding than the equivalent male founded startups in terms of investment funding. And this was consistent across hundreds of startups and investor interviews that were done to look at this. Now the question is, why so? And how does that come about? The interesting thing was, it was not just that they got less funding, but the kind of questions that were asked for women founders when they were presenting their startup ideas by both men and women investors. Men got questions that were growth-oriented. So they would ask questions like, how can you scale this business further if I invested in you? But women got questions that were more risk mitigation related. So they would ask a question, if I invested in you, how can you assure me that your company will still be standing 2 years from now? How can you assure me that you have looked at all the risks? So there is definitely a very financially impacting difference in how men and women, and this is societal perception and an innate perception that exists within us. And I think in corporate existing companies as well, you see this. The higher you go in your leadership ranking in the company, the more differently you're treated. A male leader versus a women leader is set to different standards for performance expectations. So a woman leader is expected not only to be aggressive, authoritative, but also to be caring and inclusive. So which means to say, you have to be really demanding on what you expect out of your team or what you want delivered in the organization. But that doesn't stop there. You've also got to be able to give the team what they need to actually deliver on that or be successful with it. You have to be authoritative in the sense that you have to show them who's boss. You've got to show you a boss. But at the same time, you have to invite everybody's voice to have an opinion in how to get forward. So this is really not something that's easy to do. This is something that women who are sitting here have all gone through in their lives to get to where we have been. We've not so much complained about it, and I think I would speak for the whole team here to say that it's not all throughout our journey we even realized what sometimes we went through. But I think this is a real thing. Societal expectations on gender is very different on how we see men versus women in leadership. But there's lots we can do about it, and I think that's a conversation we want to bring to you as well.
Anybody care to share any of their thoughts regarding societal expectations?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for your ideas. Well, I think that the only enemy that we have is us. Because, for example, based on my personal experience, like a few years ago, I was very skeptical about like the panels and keynotes about women in tech, amplifying the voices of women. For me, everything was quite simple. Like men are more capable of running business successfully. They have deeper mathematical skills, and it's easier for them to earn money. But then I was sitting in the company of friends, which were male, and there were around, like, let's say 5 or 6 male friends, and the topic of intelligence and difference between men and women came up. And I was confident that, yeah, the girls have just less abilities to run business, and all other people in the room who were men were saying the opposite. We were arguing a lot, and what you need to do, like in the 21st century, you just Google things, right? And now you just, the technology is even more sophisticated. You can ask ChatGPT, like, who has more cognitive skills, women or men? So the answer was, let me just read out loud. Men and women have similar cognitive skills, but there are some differences. The first one, verbal abilities. Women often outperform men in verbal tasks, particularly in language fluency and usage. So the first point goes to women. Second one, spatial abilities. Men often perform better in spatial reasoning tasks. But what it is about, it is basically about like engineering, building, so has nothing to do with business, right? Third one, mathematical skills. No consistent gender differences. So we're equal in mathematical skills. And the last one, memory. Women tend to have better episodic memory, especially verbal memory. So 2 points go to women. And yeah, so the only enemy that we have is basically us and some perhaps cultural aspects that are only in our heads. Yeah, thank you.
I would also like to build on that. It is ourselves that become our enemies in terms of wanting to achieve more. And I feel like it's the problem really is about internalized doubts. I'd like to call it that, internalized doubts, because of cultural aspects. I believe that, there's a lot of cultures who, put women on the pedestal, but not as many cultures do it like that. So there are different cultures, for example, us in the Philippines, I'd like to contextualize it that way, that women are seen as leaders, but in their households. So we're not, we're not technically seen as leaders in a corporate setting. But now, we are progressing. I'd like to say that the Philippines is progressing as a country because we are more accepting of female leaders. We're actually empowering one another to become women leaders. But, there are a lot of untapped potential in a lot of young female, in our young female population because of this internalized doubt that they feel like they're not supposed to go out of the household and become someone else that they want to be, right? So it's internalized doubt, it's a lot, it's multi-dimensional, I feel. There's a cultural aspect to it, there's an economic aspect to it, definitely a political aspect to it as well. But yeah, so I feel like that is why it's a multi-layered thing, and that is why there is a specific framing to women empowerment that, differs between us and men. Care to share something, Naila?
If I can add on that, I totally agree, and I think there's also an educational aspect to it. Is that it's very important to educate our girls that success, leadership, and resilience are not a gendered traits, but are just a human traits. I think that's very important to teach our girls that and incorporate these values in our educational system.
Right. So now let us contextualize that even further. Let's get specific real life examples as to why we have this very specific panel. And with that, we'd like to discuss the challenges that we've had along the way. And for this, I'd like Miss Mary to lead the table, towards that conversation. What has been your challenges in your leadership journey, and what have you learned from these challenges?
Well, is it on? I can hear me. All right. Personally, I believe at some point in time, you don't really get what you need in order to even be a leader. So it depends on where you are. If you don't go out, you're not going to learn. If you don't seek, you're not going to learn. You have to be willing to learn. So even once you reach wherever you're trying to be, you still have to continue to learn, to continue to be that leader, or someone will take your place. So as things evolve, you're still going to have to seek, because I guess sometimes you get in a position where you just believe it's going to happen, and it doesn't. For example, financial literacy is my heart. I believe everything is based on that and other things, but mostly on that because that's what this world is all about, right? Money, finances, economics. If we don't have a good handle on that, we'll be more focused on that or the problems or issues or concerns than what we should be, than in even leading. How can you lead if you're more concerned about how are you going to pay your bills, or how are you going to be able to get the car that's necessary for you to be where you need to be, or maybe that house that you're the hostess and you're supposed to do, and you got to be somewhere and you can't even afford to do it. So financial literacy says that I know where I want to go and I know what my financial capacity is. So therefore, where do I want to go? How much do I need to build to get there? Once I know how much I need to get there, half the battle's done. Who can hold you back if money answers all things? If you have the money, you can get the education you need. You could be in the places that you need to be to meet the people that you need to meet, because that's exactly how I'm here. I said, this is my financial capacity. What do I need to be where I want to be? I knew how much it was. So it is up to us as women, but it's also up to our counterparts as well to know that you need us. Whether men feel it or think it or know it or understand it, with both of us together, anything can be accomplished, because something is always going to be missing if you allow us to not lead with you.
Anybody else care to share their thoughts? I think it's a very good starting point, to build on that, because it is indeed, we are very much needed in the society. And because of that, we'd like to move on to, of course, Miss Elena, to discuss on that. What do you think women bring to the table? Because our topic today is empowering women to claim their seat at the leadership table. But what do we specifically bring to the table as women? What is it about our specific or unique background and experiences and perspectives that can contribute, a very good impact to our organizations?
Thank you for the miss, and thank you for the question. So I truly believe that within every woman and also within every man, there's a man and a woman inside. So we all have female traits, we all have male traits as women and men. So it's extremely important we are aware of how to master those dimensions within ourselves healthily. Why I'm saying that is because sometimes as women, we do forget about our stronger traits and we turn ourselves into men in order to fit in corporate. And if we do not do that, sometimes we tend to fade out and go into the super female, unconscious, biased, character that we have impressed in our mind. So the invitation here is really embrace what make your female traits unique, either if you are a man or a woman. And what I want to say about that is that as women, when we embrace female energy, we want to be welcoming, we want to be round, we want to be open. This is also how we are made. We are given with a womb. And this is what the womb is meant to do. So, of course, sometimes you will be asked to go straight towards your results and be very focused. But our nature is to go there cyclically, is to go there dying and rebirthing over and over again. So it's extremely important even to keep being healthy, to remind ourselves that sometimes, yes, you need to embrace that male energy, go straight to the focus, not hesitate, go and get it. But sometimes we also need to balance that by thinking, observing, welcoming, listening, trying out, failing, standing up again, and try again, moving forward, far away, coming a little bit back, checking, are we together? So it's extremely, extremely important. I would love to add something else about inclusivity in this. If we are not able first to include all the parts of us that we have within, talking about myself, the Elena with the female energy, the Elena with the male energy, the Elena that is a stickler, the Elena that is a hyperachiever, the Elena that is a pleaser, the Elena that is a carer, a lover. How many Elena do I have? So many, How can we start first talking about inclusivity, starting by learning how can I include all the many Elena that I have in me so I can stop this negative self-talk and I can put the right character in the right place. Start with the self. And then you can start including others. I think in my personal story, I've been extremely gifted because I have been dancing for 20 years, 8 years in a corps ballet. I've been singing for 12 years in a multi-ethnical choir with the voices and people from all over more than 80 countries. And I got given with a neurodiverse child. So for me, really, was not an option to think that I could get there alone. Harmony is there when you harmonize all the part and the character within yourself. And knowing those, you can harmonize and see all the beautiful part and characters within people around you. As women, as we are the creators, and we know how important the months is, the 9 months of the gestational period is. We have a different relationship with time. We have the ownership of respecting cyclic thing in projects, in products, in everything. So inclusivity is key, I would say.
Would anybody else like to chime in on the topic of, yes, Dr.
Yeah,
Shinitra?
I think I really like the way you put it, because you brought the soft sides of how women contribute in that balance. And I think the key word there is really about balance. There are really a lot of studies that have shown that men are very number focused, and in a business you need that balance. You need someone to be really looking at that number, being aggressive about winning in the market. What's the competition doing? How do you fight, right? And women bring that soft side. How do you fight, but while bringing everybody along? How do you collaborate? How do you make sure that people want to feel like they want to fight with you out there in the competition? And women are also very meticulous. If you look at jobs in your organization that need someone to look through every single cell of a 1,000-page Excel sheet, would you put a man or a woman behind that? Most likely you put a woman behind it. But when you look at a board or at an executive committee that's making decisions, you need a balance of both. You need someone to see the big picture. You need someone to dive in and look at those details. And together, then you make a better decision. And I think for me, that's what women bring to the table. They bring that balance.
All right. And I would also like to add that, I'm, as a person, I feel like I'm the type of person who likes to look at things as gray and not black and white. There's, the world is complex, our lives as people are complex, and it's not, you cannot just dualize everything. You cannot just put everything into a compartment. And I believe on the topic of, releasing our feminine energy, it's more of a linguistic tool for us to, give you a better framing for this. Like, just to make it easier to comprehend, we're using these terms to make it easier for us cognitively to realize what male and female differences are. So, for example, what I'm trying to say here is, for example, on the flip side of women not getting their seat at the leadership table, there is also the flip side where men who exhibit feminineness, or female qualities are not getting the opportunities that they should be getting just because they have these qualities that are technically associated to us women. And it's not just about women not getting opportunities. It's basically everybody who has female qualities, the feminine energy, who are not getting enough opportunities in their lives, especially in their careers. And again, it's more of a linguistic tool that we're trying to make a duality between men and women here.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. And if I may add, is that whether you're a man or a woman, mastering your female and male energy will help you to lead with both strength but also sensitivity, which is very important.
Yes. What we're trying to do here is to capitalize on what you understand is male and female energy, because I believe even if we don't say that the female quality is that we're empathetic, that we sympathize with people more easily than men, or it's about being caring and loving, I think you already know, or you already have an image in your mind when we say female energy and when we say male energy, even if we don't give you adjectives to support that. So yes. Now, moving on, speaking of female and male energies, how do we actually balance these two, personalities within us? And for that, I would like to ask Mary. Mary, how do you balance work and life in general? And also, how do you balance the male and female energies within us?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So I have a little responsibility, which is my 4-year-old daughter that I'm living with and raising right now. And I also have like a business which consists of like 90% of female, by the way, and we're working in a man-centric tech world. So I think it is for women especially, it's very important to find the work-life balance, because we are always trying to be everyone at the same time. We're always trying to keep all personalities at the same time and be good in all personalities that we have. But for example, if you're planning to spend some time with your daughter, then you need to spend like high quality time with your daughter. You don't need to work at the same time. So I think this thing is helping me a lot. Like if you work, you don't need to play with your daughter at the same time. Same with sport. If you're doing sport, just do yoga, leave your thoughts behind you, just be at this period of time now. And yeah, just this is, I think, the main thing that is helping female a lot.
Yes. I think if I could build on, do you want to build on that? Go build.
Yeah. It's quick. One thing I really believe that keeps us from balancing is organizing. We, in our lives, like, I don't know anyone here that doesn't have a lot of things they're thinking about right now. I know you're not paying attention. I know your mind keeps going somewhere else that you have a responsibility, or you're thinking about afterwards, or whatever you need to do. But the point is that we have to be able to keep in mind that organizing in every area of our life. Don't leave anything out. Your play, your work, children, home, whatever it is you do that takes 1 iota of your time. I don't know if that's a word or not. 1 moment or 1 second of your time, because it's a precious thing. You can't get it back. So in organizing, what we're saying is that we're very good at it, or we think we are, but we really better check ourselves. What strategies do we have in place to help us organize? Who's going on their memory? Raise your hand. I don't see no one's hand going up, so that's a good sign. I don't know if you're telling me the truth. But a lot of people do not use any strategies, tools, things that help us to organize. That frees up a lot of stress. It frees up a lot of our time. I always give one quick example. If you look at your schedule the day before of every day, you're looking at it the day before, you can plot if that schedule is really working for you or against you. You're not going to be that leader you need to be if you're stressed out. So instead of your day going like this, your day is supposed to be going like here, this, this, and this. And that gives you that peace. It helps you to balance. And those types of things are contagious. You walk into a workplace, you're going to be stress-free, and guess what? A lot of people there will be also, because you're bringing that energy. You're bringing that. You have the power to. I'm not saying men can't either. You can too. It's up to us to actually do it and not just think it's going to happen just by a miracle. It's going to happen because we are strategizing and finding those tools to help us. Don't worry about it. Ask for help.
I love that you interrupted me because what I wanted to say is build on that, which is after you have organized, you can give yourself permission to be present. Guess what? You know? So, and if you are present while you're playing with your daughter, you are really with your daughter. Not that you are physically there, but you're still thinking, what is my next task on the agenda? You know, because you have looked at your agenda before you went to bed, and you're going in autopilot. If you go autopilot with your task, then you can be present in the relationship. You know, you can be there. You know, you can be focusing the tasks you're doing without thinking what's next. Because that's what take us away from the balance we are looking for. You can't be really there if your mind is loaded with worries. So mindfulness, you know, I'm not saying meditation, but be mindful of what you're doing right now. And if you organize ahead of time, you can. So it's fantastic.
So obviously, women balance a lot of things. We juggle a lot of things. So there's work, there's life, and then there's also advocacies, you know, the missions, the purposes that we hold dear in our hearts. And for that, I would like to ask Naila. Naila, what are the specific initiatives, programs that you have done, or any, you know, specific programs that you have in terms of inspiring and encouraging women leadership?
I'm going to try to be quick, as I see we don't have a lot of time. In my personal experience, I am a woman, but I'm also a young woman, so I had to fight a lot to have my seat on the table. And something that I have initiated is mentorship. I believe in education, like Mary Jo said. Before becoming a leader, you have to learn to become a leader. So mentorship is something that I do on my everyday life, teaching women how to deal with skepticism and with feeling and valued. In my personal experience, what I did is I basically merged marketing with science, neuroscience. That's how I was able to have my seat on the table. So just helping women find what is their value, what they can bring on the table and focus on that, because that's their strength. The other thing that I do is that I do have two nieces. One is 7 and one is 10. And I try to educate them that leadership is not just about men, but it's about being human. The goal here is not to be anti-men or pro-women. We're all in this together, and it's about equality, and it's about teaching them that there are stories, there are success stories across the globe, everywhere in the globe, about women who were able to master their expertise and be the best in it. That's what I would say.
And right, and you know what I love about this panel specifically is that each and every one of us bring a certain flavor to the table, because each of us has different advocacies that we fight for. Of course, for example, Miss Mary has her mission to deliver financial literacy as it relates to housing. And for myself, it's about introducing ecopreneurship in the Philippines and inspiring other tourism operators to embrace ecotourism, you know, and to integrate environmental conservation into our business models. And I believe that is what women bring to the table. We bring this passion, this burning passion for our purposes, that in a way that we can and have successfully integrated these advocacies into our business models. And we have made, you know, very proven methodologies that these businesses are profiting. Businesses are supposed to have a purpose, not just aside from, of course, being profitable. There's a purpose of it being, you know, bringing something inspiring to the humankind, you know, being able to advance our causes and doing it alongside with profiting in our own businesses. I think that's the flavor, that's the specific and very unique quality that us women bring to the table. And I think at this point we are ready to receive questions from our audience. So please do ask away. All right. And I hope, you know, while we're waiting for, all right, I think we have a question.
I actually wasn't sure if I wanted to ask this, because it might be a bit controversial. But I'm thinking about the elephant in the room when it comes to women being accepted into leadership circles. And how much do you think that male insecurity plays into that space?
Man's insecurity without microphone?
So how much do you think that male insecurity plays as a contributing factor to women being accepted into leadership circles?
I'll take that. Can I take that?
Go ahead.
I'm going to take that. No, I think, you know, I come from a perspective where my husband, actually, which is also a coach and a co-founder with my organization, but also a manager in Google, so a big company, has been a lot, you know, judged and put out of the game because of his strong female energy. And in his journey of self-empowerment and development, he had to really allow himself to deal with his vulnerability. And this is the biggest difficulties for the majority of male out there. Because of our background, culture, biases, you name it, we always have that idea that while the woman is kind and welcoming, the man is tough and hard and is not allowed to make mistakes and is not allowed to feel insecure and is not allowed to show any type of emotion and to ever look weak. And I think that leadership should move in that direction. In those 3 days, we heard about authenticity, we heard about VUCA, we heard about vulnerability. This is the way forward, because as soon as the first man will be brave enough to show I'm vulnerable and yet I'm resilient and strong, it will open a movement for other men to feel the same. And psychological safety is the foundation of every efficient team and every organization. So it requires also a lot of bravery to show it's okay for me to fail. As women, we are very used to say it's okay for me to fail, even too much. And maybe we need to say it's okay for me to speak. It's okay for me to sit in this leadership table and I own it. So bravery is always the key, bravery and courage. And how do we create movement? The movement is not created by the first person who is courageous and stand up, but the movement is created by the second person. We will sit close to that person. So we need to trust that even if we go very out of our comfort zone, somebody might resonate with us and we might be role model. Did I answer to your question?
I have another answer too. The other answer is insecurities is male nor female. It's human. So anyone can tell if someone's insecure, even though you don't go around announcing it or anything. But if you sense that, we're supposed to help each other. So how we respond to each other, how we lift each other up, how we just smile just to make someone's day. A man can smile, you can, be free. It's important because that can help that person that was insecure that morning change their whole perspective that day and make the best decision because of that. So it's not male or female. Insecurities is human. And if we approach it that way, we'll have a better workplace.
If I may add also insecurity, if you accept your own insecurity, the other person will accept it too. So start with working with yourself, accepting that you're human and it's okay if you don't have the answer to take action. If you're okay with it, people will be okay with it.
Were we able to answer the question? Thank you. Yes.
So I've got a company with offices, Shanghai, Ho Chi Minh City, Phnom Penh, women at the head of each of those offices. I did that because I'd been burned so many times by men who betrayed me, and the women were loyal, and the women they seemed smarter, but they were just more focused. And things were going well, and I became very dependent on these women. And then one day, somebody got pregnant. And then I said, oh my God, what am I going to do? How am I going to run this company? And I was fearful. And I took a breath, and it was fine. And not only was it fine, but it was beautiful. And it's like I'm a grandpa, all over the world. And I have all these beautiful children that I know, and these wonderful families that I get to visit. And as a testimony to women, they made it work. We didn't skip a beat, even though, it's like in China, it's like 4 months. The maternity leave is like 4 months. And my head person over there at the time, I just didn't know how I was going to survive it. But there's other women in the office, and they all pulled together as women, and they made it work, and everything worked out fine. So my question is, I think we're getting close to getting over that point. But I think that was a big hindrance for men and organizations at one time, this maternity leave and what will we do and what will happen to the leadership and how do we get past that. And I wondered if anybody had some experience they'd want to talk about in that regard. That might be an interesting topic.
Ask a woman. They will give you a lot of suggestions. Well, that's kind of out there, but yes, it's asking, because there are so many creative ways to get problems solved, and it's all about communication. So in any corporation, if there is a communication and we're talking to everybody, we're going to find the answer. Someone there has it. So it's not that it's not findable, it's whether or not we're looking for the answer for it. And therefore, we won't have the fears. The fears will go away because we know our team, everyone here, we have a problem. We're going to meet, let's talk about this, or send your messages or send your suggestions in the inbox or whatever. But there is an answer in every corporation. There's a way to get it done. There is nothing we can't solve if we communicate.
And I think for corporations, it's very important for them to take women seriously in the sense that, believe in our capacities and abilities, and they should not look at it as, gendered, because I have had experiences before, because before I was an entrepreneur, I also had a corporate job, and I felt like I was not being taken seriously because the opportunities that were given to me were only because maybe I can communicate well. That's the ability level. But the other one would be, it's because I'm, pretty to look at, which is very demeaning. And it feels like the organization has not really taken me very seriously at my capacity as a human, not even just as a woman, but as a woman. And I feel like, it's communication. They communicated to me, but, in a very bad way, I feel, in a very improper way. But my personal suggestion for corporations out there is to treat women just as humans, just as humans, and look at our capacities and abilities and not associating it with how we look like or what our family status is. And that's it. Just take women seriously. Yes.
Yes, hello. Thank you to all the panelists. It's been super insightful to hear your thoughts. So my question, which may be a bit controversial, but here we go. So I see in most of the women leadership events that usually on the panelists, there are only women. And following the same thought that Elena was saying, it is on the men leadership as well where the change needs to happen. So what are your thoughts on these type of events that are women leadership, women empowerment summit, only having women on a stage? I'd like to hear your thoughts on what you think. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because I think, that touches upon a very important differentiation. When we talk about this topic, very often I feel if we're talking with just a room full of women, then we're preaching to the choir. Whereas when you involve the men, then you actually might make a step forward in the right direction. Because, as I first said, this is an unconscious bias that affects us to behave this way, and that unconscious bias actually happens to both men and women, which is why we're there in that way. And personally, I am a member of a 30% club, which is something of a support group for women. And this has been very powerful, run by volunteers, but in providing both men and women to actually interact, network, and have conversations just about this topic. And the reason we do this is because this conversation cannot take place in a corridor in your corporate organization on a regular day. It's unnatural. might even be perceived as a waste of time when you could be working on something more productive. So to answer your question, it's extremely important to have men in this conversation every time we talk about making this conversation move to the next step forward. As you asked a very good question, I think this is not a problem that men create for women, but men are struggling as well in this issue that we're talking about here. So setting aside time that is specifically for men and women to speak about this topic in a way that we find solutions is extremely important. And I think this room looks pretty balanced to me, where we're sitting with men and women having this conversation. So this is the right way forward.
I think I also dream for a future where we're not talking about things and traits that comes with gender, but traits and traits that are there, you know? So not the Sheroes award or the female awards. I mean, why don't we make a fantastic award where we talk about empathy and we are mixed gender, or a fantastic award when we talk about resilience and we are mixed gender. So there are definitely strengths and values that in the humankind, for us to develop our leadership and our impact in the world, we all have to develop, despite our gender. So I hope in a world where there's no label, and as you know, with what I've been going through, there's definitely one thing that I hate, which are boxes and label, but where we can all be, you know, the same despite, you know, gender, working together to improve in all aspects of our character. And so I say, times is up. I'm the next. Give me the stage. Thank you, Soha. We are done.
Yes, we are done. I hope you were able to answer the questions. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you to our Sheroes. Okay. It is time for our final session of the day, and afterwards we have a photo op. So do hang out and stay around for that. Now, our next panel discussion is on the topic of building a business case, articulating the value and ROI of tech initiatives to stakeholders. And our panelists include Mohammed Hunain Khurshid, who is the Senior Executive of Finance and Strategy, Dr. Soha Imam, Strategic Consultant, Ministry of the Presidential Affairs, who is going to be our moderator for today, and George Kavalakis, who is the CEO of Blacktrack Consulting Limited and Hood Group Management.
Hello, everyone. Before we start that panel discussion, I'd like to ask you one very important question, and I want you to give me the first answer that will pop up in your head. If I asked you, what is the first thing that will come up to your mind if I asked you to invest in one appliance or a tool or a device that is technological at your own home? What is the first thing that will come up in your mind? You can write it down and raise up that paper. Money, yes. Only money. Okay, ease of use. Will it work? That's a very, very amazing perspective. Will it work? Usability. Is there a value? I love that, and this is where we're starting this. What did you write? How often am I going to use it? Yeah, and the durability and the sustainability of these things. Very good. So, one of the very interesting things, because we've got two amazing people from two different sectors. Put them out. So we've got two amazing people that represent the two main industries that can answer that question. Someone from the finance industry and the other person is from the tech industry. So, and I'm going to go with, you know, today in the technological landscape, a lot of changes are happening around us, and you sleep, next morning there's a new technology that everyone is talking about, but is it suitable for us to implement or not? So I'm going to start from the scratch, and I think that's a question that everyone would like to also ask. Why do we need to implement or invest in the technology? I know before we had the privilege to choose, you know what, I don't feel like I'm going to be using that. Right now it's inevitable, and we need to. So why do we need to invest in technology? Please.
Thank you, Soha. I think one thing which keeps on happening, especially when we talk about new tech, is the challenge that everyone wants to barge onto the marketing play. Like a recent example of that, I think most of us have seen, was NFT.
Yes.
Right? It came up, everyone started adopting it. Name the company, EA, gaming, you talk about real estate. Everyone started coming up with NFT assets. And where do we stand today with that? Most of it is dead. EA's all investment on a couple of games where they were capitalizing on NFT is all gone. On the contrary, it damaged the stock price, damaged the product. So your question is very valuable in that regard, because I think what every executive has to do whenever there's a new technological adoption, we have to ask ourselves the exact same question. Would it last? Is it really adding value? Does it complement my business model, or does it go against my business model? Because one thing with technology is, because it's new and many people get excited about it, to be the first in adoption. What we do miss looking at the technology, especially in at least my observation would be, on the consumer end, I'm not a big fan generally when it comes on me as in technological user, no, but today most of the technological adoption has costed consumers more. So as a consumer, you're losing me. Another big example probably would be Netflix, right? We all know Netflix. What we missed was the part that Netflix used to have these DVD rental component. Remember anyone? And someone in Netflix decided one day, guys, let's do one thing. Let's split the business, make it 2 applications, people gonna pay for that. And that's the day they launched a different application for renting DVDs. Few months later, what ends up happening? They lose 15 to 20%, if I'm not mistaken on the numbers, users. People stop paying altogether. So I think one thing from consumer perspective, user perspective, you really have to evaluate that as well if that's impacting the users. For in-house technology, the similar thing applies. You have to start looking at all of your stakeholders and involve them at an early stage of technological adoption instead of what's best for your own processes. That's from me.
George.
Yeah, I can comment a lot around that issue. Generally, yeah, because the main question that comes here is like, okay, we're talking about implementing and adopting technologies, but there are like layers till the final decision has been made. So in that part, it's like, okay, who knows about the technology that will be, discussed or to the higher management? Does the higher management, the shareholder, whomever, another company knows exactly what that technology does? How do we go there and showcase the pros and cons to that technology, what impact it can have? And of course, if you don't know the product, if you don't know the technology, you cannot promote it. And then, if you cannot communicate it with the other people within the company, those people won't be using it. So the question about how often is valid, because this is part of the full circle in order to make this work.
So it's like shopping things. A lot of technological tools are there available in the market, and the most important question is, does it fit me? Do I really need this? It could be yes, but not now, maybe in the future. Yes, I need it, but my people are not yet ready to actually implement it. And I'm going to need that more time to actually enable them and empower them to use that technology. So pretty much, it is the goal. Yes, go ahead.
100%. The minute you mention something is it now? Whenever someone mentions that sentence about technology, you know, the first thing comes to my mind is touchscreen. How many of us would have thought about touchscreen back in the 80s? And could you believe that's when it was invented? I was shocked the day I got this information. I was like, what? Who would be using touchscreen back in the 80s, right? And that was the purpose of touchscreen, so that you can experience the touch of the screen. Same thing goes to the iPad. A few years down the road, Surface, 2009 or 2010, that's the first time Microsoft came up with something called Surface. And it was not the Surface we use today. It was a table. The utility was proposed to be in the restaurants so that people can easily make their orders, right? What ended up happening with Surface? It died. All the investment, the R&D was gone. Why? Consumers were not ready. And the same Surface, 4 to 5 years later, made it short, launched by Apple. Here we go, iPhone. Yep. One of the most adopted software and device over the next 5 to 6 years from that point was iPhone. It even changed the industry landscape completely. So to your point that the timing of adopting a technology has to be precisely calculated, absolutely.
I can add to that, because I don't know how many of you are like tech people. The idea in organization is that the people that proposing new technologies are the tech people, or management if they feel what's trending, because many managers, like directors, come like, okay, everybody's using AI, let's do that. Oh, what? Let's use cloud computing. Let's go for digital transformation, you know, the buzzwords. So at this point, there are too many hidden costs, too many things that might be overseen. So the case is, first of all, as you said, that it's a selling point. And besides that, okay, I'm going to sell my proposal to the shareholders to implement something. But I'm aware about all the hidden costs, or this might come as a liability to the company. So this is combined with the timing, how mature this is, if we have a clear picture of the technology that's going to be used, how it's going to be used, and if we're going to use it to the max or just a glimpse of it. So there are too many things to consider there.
So that will take me to a very important question, because I personally been through that, being a CEO for a company, and the tech people, they come to me and then we need to deploy this, we need to do that, and I go, Some other people, they come to me with the same exact request, and I go, yes, absolutely, I'm going to go for this. But there was a huge difference in the way it was presented. And again, when you present to your boss, it's different than when you present to your colleagues. I'm looking for strategic things. The budget I'm paying for that technology to empower people. What is the losses if I did not deploy that technology? How am I going to stand in the market, and what's my market share going to be if I do that? I mean, so many factors are there actually. So do you believe in the power of communication when it comes to that aspect.
So I think this is the most of essence, communications. You have to have the selling. We become sellers. We sell our proposal to higher management. So we need to be there, know how to articulate our proposal, and of course, this is the point that you need as a CEO to know the return on investment. Okay, to identify what's going on. Okay, you'll put that amount of money, but this will help us in these areas of our organization. But if we don't do it, this might will have a cost to ourselves, to, I don't know, let's say in terms of cybersecurity, legal fees later on, and there are a lot of things that can, cover the whole idea of a return on investment.
If I may pause you here for a second. So before you come to present the idea for your boss, what is the homework that you do? You've heard of a technology. Okay, you want to present it to your boss.
Yeah, first of all, I'm studying. I'm studying the proposal. I'm studying the pros, the cons, and of course, I'm trying to identify why should I do that? Why should I propose that? Is it because this will help me to gain a better role in the company, or just to help the company itself? So because we will have the politics themselves in the equation. But generally, you need to be prepared to hear questions from shareholders, from higher management, so you need to have the answers. So at that point, I remember, I'm from Greece, and after 2012 that the financial crisis started, I had I was working as a chief information officer for a medical company, and I had some tech providers coming to me in order to sell me cloud solutions. Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, etc. I'm like, wow, I know the technologies. They are really helpful. You can scale up, scale down. That means that depending on the needs of the company, you can reduce your budget. You can have budget cuts because the performance is not what you need, so you can scale down.
So, Haneen, I'm sorry.
I have to add something. Yeah. But at some point, I'm like, okay, during the financial crisis, maybe my company next month won't be able to pay. What's going to be done? And they're all like, oh, Microsoft will stop the services. Well, so I cannot do it. Simple question, like that. If I won't pay for a day or for a week, what's going to happen? Switch off. And then the project stops there. I didn't even go to the higher management to discuss it.
Very true. Yeah, very true. I have to agree with you on that point. I mean, you've noticed that we've called it investment. We do not call it a transaction or a purchase. Why do you think it's an investment or future investment?
See, the thing is, whenever you are talking about any tech, by and large, the return is much long-term. You invest today, and you may not see immediate results. And the thing is, again, I'm a big believer on the one thing that people relate to what they can see, and I'm probably going to bring another example to that account. One thing which happened over the years is, the tire pressure monitors. The initial investment in R&D, nobody was ready to do that. It wasn't one company which started, but over the years, we today only have 3 suppliers across the globe. And back in the days when someone was putting up a proposal to invest in that R&D, I was like, what people going to use it for? Fast forward 30 years down the lane, we have Tesla. And most of people know Tesla as an EV company. You're talking about the batteries and whatnot. That's more of the sales pitch, I would say, coming back to our communication thing. What Tesla really is going to be a data company. Today, having their vehicles driven around the countries and the states and the driveways, they have the most accurate, detailed imaging of every place. The accident rate, how you're going to plan your traffic, how would you actually adjust your road networks. All that data collection is going to help in those planning. So I have been involved in city planning for a couple of years now, and having access to such data is massive. So again, investment in technology, some of those things you may not foresee, right? So, but having the buy-in from your C-suite or from your boss is crucial. I would like to come back to the communication, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, please, please.
Thank you. See, when it comes to communication, we usually think about communication as have one direction only. To me, I believe communication is always four-directional. How is that? You have something downward communication where you actually communicate to your team. You have something called upward communication, which is actually to your bosses all the way to the boards and investors. You have something which is on the parallel communication where you are actually communicating to your peers, especially running a transaction or investment in the tech side. It's not gonna happen on your own, whether you're a tech guy, a finance guy, or a marketing guy asking for anything, because you need all the 3 to 4 components of the business support services, right? And here comes the fourth communication, which is the most crucial and most ignored most of the time, and that's about your customers and consumers.
Yeah, I'm adding to this point, because when it comes to communication, getting people connected to what you're doing, enabling them to understand why we're doing this and what's in it for them are just going to get them on board. So definitely you're not going to find someone opposing to this idea, or, you know, because I do remember when there were no laptops and everything was handwritten, and then suddenly they wanted to adopt the computers for everything, and I was resisting there. It's easier because I remember long ago when I used to search for the letters on the keyboard. Where is I? It was funny, and it took me hours, and it took me actually months.
It's the eagle technique.
Exactly. Tick, tick, tick. It was funny. So it is important to have people on board, and it's very important to have that transparency when you talk to people. So it's not because I'm the manager and I see that this is fit. This is where people actually are not going to support you, and they're going to create that kind of terrible environment within the organization. That's going to take me towards a very important question, George. How can we engage all the stakeholders that we're dealing with when we adopt a new technology?
Well, this is the key. In order to put everyone aboard, you need to speak their language. You need to sell it, or better, you need to be able to translate it to their language. The tech people should talk to management terms to management, financial terms with the economic department, etc. So it's very crucial to know how to get our knowledge to them to understand, and understand in their own terms how they can jump in on board, be on board, and then, you know, also support the whole thing, because the resistance to change, especially in technology, it's huge. Nobody's like willing to change from one to the other. I have faced it like my whole career, and people, especially I cannot say illiterate people, tech illiterate people, but people that are not that tech aware. These people are like, you know, they know to do 1, 2, 3, and that's it. So you need to convince them that what you're going to do, it's investment, they're going to help them. And the whole proposal is going to help the whole company to move forward. And this is also being translated in numbers, in sales, in better environment within the company. Everything can be measured in terms of technology.
Would you like to add here?
I'll just like to add on, build on the resistance, especially, you know, there were days in my early career where I hated resistance. Over the year, I started liking it. You know, I like the dance between resistance and the buy-in. I think one thing which you asked earlier is the return on investment. The best cases you can put forward for any tech buy-in would be through resistance and not through direct buy-in, because what ends up happening, when people resist to what you're proposing, that's exactly the time when you start thinking more about it, where it can add more value. You start talking to yourself and to your colleagues and the people around you, asking for intrinsic value addition into the company, into the consumer experience, your processes within the staff, or how you can actually optimize the technology itself. And it's the resistance which actually identifies more value than your own self, because we somehow end up developing tunnel vision when it's our idea. And when people resist to that, we start breaking those walls and coming up with new objectives which help us to buy in.
Very good. So there are some challenges and obstacles and showstoppers when we adopt technologies. And you just mentioned resistance from the people applying this technology. What do you think other challenges that we might face in that phase, the deployment phase? The question is for both of you.
See, thank you. I think resistance can be so many verticals, right? Because people, again, just the people segment, if we are talking about, they have to learn something new to begin with. That's a resistance. They have to sign off financially. That would create a resistance. A sales team, they have to go out and make the customers adopt it. I mean, you're talking about asking your marketing director or the sales director to change their program for the next 12 months. That's not an easy ask. Come on, the guy just got his KPIs approved. He planned it for 6, 7, 8 months. Yeah. So that's on the people side. Coming down to financial side, quantifying the objectives into numbers, sometimes that could be very challenging, very challenging. When I remember we were doing some BI adoption at a group scale, and many of the operating companies were still not on the same ERP. Now, what I'm really asking is 30 entities all to move to one ERP, integrate that, and let me have a dashboard. Imagine how you can tell that to your board that, you know what, this 30 million real investment is going to pay off over the next 3 years. Like, what the, you know.
So, I'm going to add to that. So, many cases, an investment like that might not work well. So, one question that comes in mind and is like, when the management comes like, can we roll back? Okay, it didn't work as we liked, or a new regulation came in place, like GDPR, whatever that needs the data to be, protected with a different way. So can we roll back? Can we unlock from this provider and go to somewhere else? So lately in technology, because initially when the whole thing with computing started, its provider, its company like Microsoft, Apple, whatever, they were like, they wanted to lock you on them, but a business wants to be independent. If one solution doesn't work, needs to change something else. So rolling back is something that the last years has come. We have hybrid solutions. We can use like different cloud components, different cloud services, and also on-premises connectivity and stuff like that. So one of the challenges is that if we don't like it, if we can turn back to our initial solution.
Well, I was really wondering, how normally we measure the success or the performance or the return on investment in every process we do, deploying any kind of policy, procedure, process. And now when it comes to technology, how long does it take to actually measure that success or failure? And is there a certain tool or a framework or a matrix that we actually need to go by?
Where there are a lot of tools, a framework that you can measure the combination of technology and business. Generally, everything can be measured because everything starts from the timing, how fast you can do it. So time is in essence, time is money. So this is being translated into money. And of course, in all the procedures that can help a company go make it faster or not. And it's a domino effect that starts like from one change of environment, like a new system, to the consumer, all the levels. I remember at some point, a couple of years back, we changed like one SQL server to a new one, a new system, better hardware. And I remember like trying to stress test the whole thing. And I remember that the initial system, let's say we ran a query that had run like for 55 minutes, and the new system ran it in 1 second. 1 second. 55 minutes in 1 second. We're like, okay, we had a very old system, and we had it to change a lot years back. And when we made that change, everybody started being happy because they weren't frustrated, clicking a button and just waiting like that. Click results. And then at the same time, they can give the answers to the phone, to the other client, to the partner or the consumer, whatever. So this is a combination of things that can provide us with numbers to identify if it's better or not. But generally, it's identifiable, and there are a couple of things that we can do in order to have specific measures if we like specifically for the tech, or generally the combination of technology and business.
There's one question that someone asked me before I actually go for this panel, and I'm going to address that to you, Hanin. The question was, do we have to measure the ROI only in dollar sign, or in a company positioning, or an enhancement in a certain process? I mean, what are the elements or the factors that we go like, this is a successful process?
So, thank you for the question. Pretty easy, right? It's difficult to answer this in a simple setting, but I would put something like this together.
I mean, do we have to relate it again to the company's vision or the purpose of applying that? Because initially I might apply it just because I want more productivity, or I want to save money, or I want to fire some people, or I want to reduce certain costs. I mean, is this how we measure the return on investment in this case when deploying or adopting technology?
See, a simple answer to the question that does it have to be in dollar value? No, it doesn't. Why? Because there are so many impacts which tech is generating today or having directly on consumer, on the company staff, on your own internal environment, which cannot be directly translated to your dollar value. How do you measure that? It's key thing you have to plan at a very early proposal stage, and it keeps on evolving until you actually roll out, and by that time you know exactly what sort of KPIs should be touched. Why? Because even at the planning stage you cannot set your KPIs on stone. There will be so many things which would be dollar value, which would be customer ease of access, which results in bigger market share, customer footfall, like websites to begin with, right? Before the websites, we had traffic to our stores, which was probably 10%, 15% of the traffic we are getting on the website. It's like, that's massive. Now, how do you put that a dollar value to that? I mean, maybe you can translate into a capture rate, but capture rate is a different tech you're talking about, right? Because capture rate would be how good is my marketing campaigns on digital environment. It has nothing to do with website rollout, right? How good is the design? How is the color palette? How is the imagery? All those things, again, have to be measured separately, but I would say that this is something everyone should be very mindful at a planning stage of adopting any technology, and that's where you have to have very strong collaborations.
But collectively, they go under the umbrella of the ROI.
Collectively, yes, they do, because at the end of the day, if I'm heading any finance function, right, and George is like, okay, this is tech we have to adopt, then I have to involve the marketing guy that, okay, what you have to ask from me or from the CEO, how much money you would need to adopt your marketing strategy. Then I have to involve the salespeople, how much capture rate you will have from the funnel this guy is generating, going back to the operations guy, asking him as like, what's going on, right? So
Makes
all
sense.
the circle has to connect.
Thank you very much for the answer. George, I can see that you can't wait. You would like to add something.
I wanted to add that something that's not measurable. It's the environment, the people, the mental health of the people. Like, as I told you earlier, that when a system takes too long to work or doesn't work, they're getting frustrated. And this is a domino effect, okay? So when I do a ROI analysis in terms of technology, I always put the people in the picture. So how will they react if things are getting automated or better, or everybody's a happy family within the company, you know, we're having a great time, okay, this works, so we're happy. Of course, the resistance is still there because, as we initially discussed, the focus and the challenge is to overcome the people that resist, okay? And if they're happy, the people that are resisting to change, if they're starting being happy, everybody will be happy, okay?
That's amazing. That's a very good answer. So I'm going to wrap up with the last question, and I'm going to leave the floor for other questions from the participant. So for Haneen, I'm going to ask you to advise everyone who is investing, any corporation or any owner or CEO or whoever is responsible for advancement, to give them 3 advice. Why do they have to do that? And why do they have to do it now? And for George, I want you to think of 3 horror points if they did not deploy technology and keep up with the trending ecosystem, what is going to happen to them? And I'm starting with Haneen.
Okay, if I have to give advice, which I think I'm not very much in the space to give advices, I need more advices. The first thing I would say, be open and listening to what your leadership or your directors or your staff is bringing up to you, and don't judge it at the face value. If you don't get it, keep asking them to come back to you, maybe with a different view or more clarifications. Second advice would be, I think a lot of people these days, especially leaders, are kind of jumping the board with the media and the trendiness. Maybe stay away from that, because that costs people a lot of money and a lot of hassle. I mean, come on, you're already busy, and maybe detaching yourself from the trends from time to time is important. And thirdly is that looking at the returns, you probably should involve everyone and be hyper communicative, which most leaders don't really like these days. I understand we all are busy, but getting everyone engaged, you don't know who's going to bring what value. Sometimes a perspective shared by one of the team member which is not his or her expertise, you will shock you how much value that can add. Thank you.
These are very precious advices. Thank you very much. And if you want to scare someone from not keeping up.
It's easy for me. I'm in tech, I'm in cybersecurity, everything. I face this question like with most of my clients. First of all, I think most of you have heard about many cybersecurity attacks, many breaches. So one of the things that many companies haven't done yet is like harden their systems. You know, cybersecurity right now it's like first one priority in every company, no matter what the market. So if you don't go there to try to harden your system, to try to defend, the loss will be huge, if not already, you know, if they don't have any database already. That's one. So you need to secure your systems, and you know, securing a system is not only just buying something, a solution, being like that. Security means like having a department working about that, putting the solutions in place, you know, and being up to date. It's not something that we just buy and put it in work. There are a lot of things that needs to be done to be secure. So if you're not doing it, forget it. You know, it's a matter of time when we'll be hacked. So simple. Number 2, I don't think that anyone right now is not in the cloud yet, or hybrid, or whatever. Companies that are still on premise are back. It's like a decade back. So if you're not there yet, go there. The solutions and the features that you get are much, much better than we used to be, because cloud computing is like when we had our systems on premise, we used to have like a castle, and we're trying to protect the castle, and right now everything is on the cloud. So everything is flying all around, and we're trying to protect the identity, but the features that we have right now, it's, imagine, I'm in Dubai, I'm working like I'm at my office. People that need a VPN to connect to their office struggle at some points because they have problems connecting. The third thing is automation. Here comes AI, machine learning. Automation solutions can save us a lot of time, a lot of time. So if you're not there, even in one of those three things that I told you, you're forgotten, to start your engine, your back. So you need to go forward and cover these needs. These are the needs, and so if someone is not there, has to run.
I think you scared them enough, George. Thank you very much. Your insights and your input has been really rich for this panel. And I'll leave that for the audience. If you have any question about the investment process within the technological landscape, we're here to respond. Or you can catch us just right after outside in the break hall. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much. All right, and we've come to an end.
I would like to thank her. She's been an amazing person. She's done a great job.
Thank you.
And so thank you very much for being there.
No problem. Thank you. It was my pleasure. And it's an end. I can't believe it. Wow. The past few days have been extraordinary. We've explored the latest in business strategies, technology, leadership, and we've also confronted pressing issues that are faced by executives today. It's been a great learning experience, and we've got a great opportunity to network with each other. It's been wonderful. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Yeah? All right, now before we say our farewells, let me tell you what's to come, our US and Dubai edition. So if you are interested in attending or exhibiting, do attend our booth, which is near the registration desk for more information. All right, well, we owe the success of this event to all of you guys, to all of our delegates and partners and attendees. So thank you so much for being here. I'm Nashi Singh, your host, and it's ciao from me. Hopefully we cross paths again in our next edition. Now, we're going to have a photo up here, so if we can have all of you on stage, no, the women on stage, and the men, and the men on just standing sort of down there, and the women on top, so that we can have like a video and photo op.